Let's freaking go. Are you kidding me? Keith Carter, you listen to me. You listen to me. I could not freaking believe he did what he did today. And I think a lot of people at Ole Miss are actually a little shocked by that. The statement that he did release said, we won't know anything until after the Egg Bowl on Saturday. Ole Miss, who the hell do you think you are? Earlier this week, you're hearing people say, hey, we're going to have a decision in the next 48, and Ole Miss needs to get ready for John Summerall. If I was Lane Kiffin, I would feel totally disrespected by Ole Miss. You were nothing before I went there. And guess what? We are something with the team that we have now because of me. Yes, it's because of me. We have a chance to win 50 games under my tenure this next weekend and get into the college football playoff. Ole Miss should be bowing to him, saying, hey, Lane, please come back. And even if you don't, please coach us in the college football playoff, because guess what? The only thing that matters in the grand scheme of things, the only thing that everybody remembers is if you actually win a national championship. And if I'm Ole Miss, even if LSU says no to this, I am doing whatever I can if Lane Kiffin decides to actually come to God's country, which is Baton Rouge, Louisiana. If he actually wants to come, I would do whatever it takes to keep him on as a coach so we can actually have a chance to win a national championship. Because when he leaves, you have a very high likelihood of your program being absolutely nothing. Nothing. Because that's what it was before he got there. Okay, so I'm going to tell you straight up. I have no idea what Lane Kiffin's going to do. The single most important piece of news that came from today is that Lane Kiffin met with Keith Carter, and I will go through a few of the details of the meeting. So we had our own meeting, the Brian Kelly buyout meeting. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. But the meeting between Lane Kiffin and Keith Carter is actually a meeting that they do quite often. The two have a really strong relationship. And guess what? Guess what? It got pushed back to the afternoon, per my sources, if you will, and they laid it out. They talked about what they needed to talk about, and Keith Carter said, look, we're going to go into the Egg Bowl. We're going to try and win the Egg Bowl and finish this historic college football season. And I understand that if you are Keith Carter. And I also understand that you are Lane Kiffin's boss, and you need to know an answer so you could try and figure out who your next coach is. But here's the thing about that. We, in many different facets of sports, overrate the future. The only thing when it comes to the future in anything that we underrate are draft picks, and that's in the NFL. This is college sports. We overrate the future all the time. Ole Miss is saying, well, we need to be worried about our future. What is this? Future? There's only one future I know, and he used to be married to Sierra. You don't need to worry about the future. Worry about the now. Don't try and worry who your next coach is going to be. It's all a crapshoot anyway. If I'm Ole Miss, I know that my coach right now is elite. And he has a pretty unprecedented opportunity to go to two programs that are better than yours. And he has taken your program to places you never thought your program could be. Hell, you had Eli Manning at quarterback. And you've not come close to the success that you had here outside of that co-SEC West championship banner that they have. Guess what? Lane Kiffin can actually have you a national championship banner this year, and you want to kick him to the curb? That's disrespectful. That is so disrespectful to Lane Kiffin. Well, you're just saying that because you want him to go to LSU. If LSU was in Ole Miss's shoes, I guarantee you I'd be saying the same thing. I guarantee you. Because let's just say this was basketball, and we are in the same spot, and we had Chris Beard, one of the best coaches in all of college hoops. And he was like, hey, guess what's open? The Kansas job is open. I want to take it. They want me to say yes before the NCAA tournament. If I'm LSU, I'm saying, guess what? You can coach the entire NCAA tournament. If you are a weaker program, you need to relish in this moment right now. So if I'm Ole Miss, I am on hands and knees letting Lane Kiffin do whatever he does in whatever decision he makes. That's not what they want to hear because they feel scorned, especially if Lane Kiffin's going to LSU. Is it something that I still won't believe that actually happens until it actually happens? Yeah, I'm not going to believe it for a couple of reasons. Number one, all objectivity pushed to the middle here because that's exactly what Lane Kiffin did today. This was John Malkovich on rounders, pushing everything in the middle and calling the bluff. Do not mind if we splash the pot. I butchered the quote and the accent, but you get the point. Lane called his bluff. He's going to get more time to decide what he wants to do. Okay? So here's the thing. When it comes to this story, we had Preston Guy on. I think Preston has done some amazing reporting on this. Matt Moscone has done some amazing reporting on this. I think we have done some really good reporting on this with our guest and what I've learned and all of that. I did have a pretty high-ranking official reach out and say, hey, I think this is trending in the right direction. I've shared that with our Discords, our Discordians, our patrons, and all of that. But I'm not the reporter. I have a journalism degree. I'm not going to be the one that breaks the story. All I've heard is positive momentum. What I think's going to happen, though, is until I see it, I think he's going to stay. But we'll see. We'll see. There are some, though, that follow this channel that say that he's already agreed to everything. And we're good to go. But here's the thing. Whether you hear that and whether you hear all these Ole Miss fans tweeting out ad nauseum, hey, I think he's leaving. Okay. It's not official until we actually see it. Okay. It's not official. It's like whoever you are watching this right now, you're dating your girl, you've been with her 5 years, time to put a ring on it. Not official until you do it. You're not in love until you actually put that ring on it. Okay. Who remembers Presley Collection? One of our former partners, and he's still a supporter of what we do. Until you put a Presley Collection ring on it, doesn't mean anything. Until you sign on the dotted line, I know that's not what you want to hear. I know you want me to tell you, hey, it's done. It's not how this works with Lane Kiffin. Any other coach, you would still say it's not done until the pen is to paper and you had the press conference and all of that. But you really have to do that with old Lane Kiffin. Okay? So, pretty excited about tonight's live stream. We're going to put some college football on in the background. We'll watch it together. And we're going to be laid back. Rarely am I drinking alcohol at all. But I feel like we're all stressed out. Just get you a little drink. Get you a little sippy. I don't care if it's in a sippy cup. I don't care if it's Kool-Aid. Okay? Let's go to Mason with the handlebar mustache. Because you are a first timer. We do have some very generous super chats here. And I always go to the super chats first. Let me see. Okay, so it's Jordan, Ryan, who's been rocking with me for a long time, and Sourdough Man. All right. I know two of these gentlemen really well. I don't know Ryan as well as I know Sourdough and Jordan. I think Julie sent a Venmo as well. But here's the thing. Mason says, why would LSU hire Lane Kiffin after the fact? Y'all see his true color. Leaving his playoff team behind is disrespectful. Would you even trust him? What if he leaves for Alabama if it was open? All right. A lot of you think I'm off on this, including Santa Claus. Don't give me coal. Let me address this. And Mason, welcome to the channel. Hope you subscribe. Rare Friday night live stream. And rarely do I go to a comment before the supers. But I know the supers. I think they're okay with me addressing this first. Okay. and you have an epic handlebar mustache. So the first thing is no coach is ever doing this if the college football calendar was not the way that it is now. Okay. That's just the simple truth. Lane, like any other rational coach, would want to finish out the season before he can actually go take a new job. That's just how rational sports work. But college football is wacky. We have this calendar where you have the early signing period, you have the only one transfer portal, you have all those different things going on. Okay. So you have to factor that in. Well, he's stabbing in the back Ole Miss. Wait, Ole Miss, who he's been with since 2020? Ole Miss, whose Oxford economy has boomed? Ole Miss is now a cool school? Ole Miss is now iconic? The thing that people tend to forget with Lane Kiffin, and I understand the messages I have received, one from, an LSU source saying, hey, we wouldn't want Lane Kiffin coaching the playoff. Okay. I would let him do it. I would. And from the Ole Miss side of it, I would also say I think his players would be more open to it for this reason. They're mercenaries. Lane has addressed them as professionals. I listened to a lot of Lane Kiffin press conferences. I listened to a lot of Lane Kiffin interviews. A lot of you diehards know how much I adore this man when it comes to his coaching. And obviously, if he were to fail here, it would be massive egg on my face if he actually does end up choosing LSU. But the truth is, I think his players would be more open to it than a lot of people would think. Okay? Let's go to Jordan. Champagne and Caviar Friday. Let's go. Ryan says, what if we poach both Lane and Keith? That would be pretty crazy. That's not happening, though. Verge is the guy. You rarely see athletic directors move like that. Now, we have seen it where the AD goes with the coach. UCF had that with Tennessee where the AD went and they hired Heupel and it wasn't popular. And look at Tennessee. But Verge is going to be the guy. Keith Carter is a very well-respected AD. I think Lane would prefer him probably over Verge, even with this entire ordeal, because they are close. Okay. Let's go to Sourdough Man, who says the following. Does LSU need Lane Kiffin? I voted no, but I'm okay with Lane coming to BR. He may be 3 or 4 years in NFL. Been through that before. We've had a lifetime of coaching searches the last 12 years. Every 4 years prefer a different path. So I was going to let the poll question populate, but you did super, so let's go straight to it. Okay. Does LSU need Lane Kiffin? Historically, the answer is no. This has been brought up quite a bit that LSU's first candidate has rarely ever been hired, right? Imagine all the dominoes that are different if Tom Herman is at LSU instead of Ed Orgeron. And you could do that with any coach, right? So, that's been brought up quite a bit. And I keep going back to this point is that LSU needs nobody. But in this case, it is a little bit different. Number one, if you get Lane Kiffin away from Ole Miss, you're taking him away from a team that you play every year. Another thing is, do you really want the powers that be at LSU with what we have dealt with involving the circus at LSU? do we really want them to go through a search process without not landing the big fish and how public this has been? My thing is this, and this would be my advice to Jeff Landry, Wade Roos, and Verge Osbury. You need to have a plan in place for if this does not go the way that you think it's going to go. Okay? So, look, I want our search to be rational. I want a strong 2, a strong 3, and a strong 4 plan lined up. Lane Kiffin is being offered in the range of 13 to 15 million, and will have 30 million in NIL to deal with at LSU. Those have been the numbers. I've confirmed that with multiple people. It could be higher, could be lower than that, but that just sounds like the direction and the offer that LSU has put on the table. And Ross Dellenger has also reported that $30 million situation. It could go up, could go down. Obviously, with negotiations, things do tend to rise to tantalize them to sign on the dotted line. You know, one thing I thought, okay, and this would be a pretty courageous decision. But I'm starting to think if there are going to be some brave LSU fans that elect to go to the Egg Bowl and try and take over the stadium. I will say this until I'm blue in the face. There are two things about Ole Miss that I adore. That what they have now is currently way better than what we have now. All right. So the first is the head coach, Lane Kiffin, no doubt. But the second is the Egg Bowl. The Egg Bowl is the best rivalry in the SEC, and I can argue the best in college football. Now, notice I didn't say it's the biggest. There's obviously two big ones that everyone points to in that instance. But the Egg Bowl has always been a bowl game that's its final game of the season for both teams, right? Because you play a bowl, it's not as important as the Egg Bowl that you play. It's a little bit different now because Ole Miss, for the second straight year, has serious playoff implications in the game. But the Egg Bowl was the final big game. It used to be played on Thanksgiving every year. I wish it still was. But I have always wanted to go to an Egg Bowl. I love Mississippi. Kidding. Um, I like Mississippi. Let's put it like that. Not my favorite place. But I get down with Mississippi. I get down. I would love to go to an Egg Bowl and rock purple and gold. Okay. Let's take this thing on over. All right. So, once again, I want this to be a stress-free live stream. I want to also talk about what happened a little bit earlier. I didn't really pay too much close attention to what happened at the hearing to set a little bit earlier with it wasn't a hearing, it was just a meeting. So let's go to the tweets of Piper Hutchinson. Okay. And of course, Piper is a PHL guest. I feel like sending her a message, if she wants to hop on here. In a statement, LSU says firing a coach who makes more than $250,000 requires board approval. And today it was, hey, Brian Kelly, you are officially fired. Okay. After less than 30 minutes in executive session, the LSU Board of Supervisors has voted to review and potentially send Brian Kelly written notice of termination. Okay. For cause, not for cause. Most of the legal experts are saying, hey, LSU, you're going to need to pay the full buyout. Okay? Now, it seems like with all the information, the Keith Carter tweet is the biggest thing of this whole day. Okay? So we did get this in the morning. All right? And I'm not going to lie, I slept in a little bit. And because we stayed up till 2:15. I don't know. Depends how much we drink tonight. We might stay up till 4 in the morning. I don't care. Let's go to Wilson. This may not mean anything, but gosh, it's great theater. A private plane left Baton Rouge this morning to go to Oxford. It was scheduled to return to Baton Rouge, and now it's going to Gainesville instead. So this was clarified a little bit earlier by Matt Moscona. And he said, per his reports, that the extra flights that were scheduled involved picking up a black lab. Okay. So I've had a few of you reach out why I tweeted out just this random dog. Number one, I love dogs. This is a beautiful dog, by the way. But that's why I tweeted it out. I know it was a little cryptic. It wasn't anything crazy. It was a response to the Moscona report. And that is some serious dedication. Rich people do not play around with their dogs. Okay. And can a hunter clarify this for me? I know hunting season is around the corner or it might be here. I think these are the normal hunting dogs. Okay. This was also a little bit earlier today. Knox Kiffin posted this on Instagram and he said at 7. Okay. So I relayed the message. As you can see, these are some Beats headphones with some LSU logos on it. And many people felt that this was him saying, hey, stay tuned to your phone, 7 o'clock. My dad's going to make an announcement. No, he just had a playoff game. I think he even deleted this. So I shared it. I thought it was newsworthy. But to me, the thing that's interesting is that the song was a Young Boy song, which, of course, is a Baton Rouge icon, NBA Young Boy. What is your favorite NBA Young Boy song? Mine's is a state where I have lost a lot of money. And I'll let you put your mind together on that one. It's a great song. But he did pick a Baton Rouge artist, even though Young Boy is probably the most popular artist for kids his age. Okay. But he deleted this and so on and so on. So this is a full statement. I'll go ahead and put it up. Coach Kiffin and I have pointed and positive conversations regarding his future at Ole Miss, including meeting today with Chancellor Boyce. While we discuss the next steps, we know we cannot lose sight of what is most important, our 6th-ranked team that is poised to finish the regular season in historic fashion. Okay? And then, of course, he goes on to say, Coach Kiffin, his future is expected the Saturday following the game. All right. Let's get to a few supers before we go to the next point. Jared, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Julie, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate your friendship. Julian, hey, hopped on a call yesterday. Let's go to Sherry Berry. I know, Sherry, this is a little bit earlier for you. Sherry messaged me yesterday. You can't do the 10 p.m. live streams anymore. Well, Sherry, now you're here. Once again, if it's in your heart's desire, please join our Discord. We have Insider Emil in there just sharing all kinds of goodies, actual reporting, what he's hearing. And, I think a lot of people are doing this. They're giving their percent chances of where different coaches are going. Our guest from earlier this week, Chris Phillips, was at 40-40 LSU Ole Miss, 10 Florida. Florida still thinks they're in this, and they could be. I mean, I'm just not putting anything past Lane Kiffin. I'm just not. Okay? And here's something else about head coaching searches that I feel is very important. when a head coach has to make a real decision, it honestly just comes down to what he feels at the time. Things really do change. All right. A lot of Florida reporters had egg on their face. Well, we can get into why they thought what they thought, whatever. What I would tell you, though, is look, if I am Lane Kiffin, I am perfectly fine with staying at Ole Miss. I'm perfectly fine with going to LSU. But I do think going to Florida, knowing how all of this happened, would be strange. All right. I do think that would be unbelievably strange. I do think if Jimmy Sexton wants to go down, and I really do mean this, as the single most disruptive force in college football history, he gets Lane Kiffin to Auburn. All right. It would be the smoke screen of all smoke screens if Lane Kiffin goes there, which is not going to happen. It's going to be, to me, I do think it is down between LSU and Ole Miss. Okay. Ask Sherry, join the Discord. Okay. Chance you missed it. I dedicated it to you as well. Dedicated it to you. We did a whole film study on the final play. Okay. This is so great from Jed. What team does NBA Youngboy play? The Seattle Supersonics. That's the one. Murphy says, I'm too old and far too white to know anything about NBA Youngboy. The old part is fair, right? Young Boys fans are not old. But don't, dude, white boys love Young Boy. I'm just telling you. Dude, one of our most regular guests can literally sing every NBA Youngboys song from start to finish. John Eads. Every time he's on here, he's got an NBA Youngboy backdrop. And it screws up with some of our viewers. Like, I didn't think that. Who is that guy? But I feel like, and John Eads fits the category, and you guys know I love John. NBA Youngboy, the majority of his fans fit into two different categories. Okay. Fans that look like NBA Youngboy and are around his age, and white frat dudes. Okay. I'm not talking about like hippie frat guy that kicks a hacky sack around. I'm talking about Tucker, who's a Kappa Sig. All right. Those are NBA Youngboys fans. All right. They fit into one of those categories. For their male fans, he's got a lot of female fans as well. Okay. Utai wants to talk some hogs. Damn, we'll drop in a bombshell. Whenever I talk Arkansas in here, which is funny because, I talk to a lot of Arkansas Razorback folks. All right. There's a guy who I talk to regularly who's a high muckety muck at Arkansas. And it's crazy how rich some of these Arkansans are. Holy crap. Okay, I've shared this story before. Burt Jones's best friend is a millionaire in Arkansas, many times over, and he's a great man. I know this man. I'm close to this man as well. I don't have his money, but Arkansas. There's a lot of people that have a lot of money in Arkansas. It's an overall poor state though, but there is a lot of high dollar earners. All right, there's multiple Fortune 500 companies and all of that, and these are some of the Arkansas boosters. It's not really like Walmart money, but Dillard's. There's a lot of folks, the shop at Center Dillard's. They love their hogs. Okay, I mean there's a huge barbecue joint that helps out called Wright's Barbecue. There's A lot of money there. And if they get the right guy, watch out. All right. So big radio host, Bobby Bones. He's the biggest country radio host in the country. We actually both started at the same corporation. Now, of course, he's way better than me. And he's older than me. He was before me. But he was a country radio host. I was a country radio host for 5 years. And he tweeted something out. He's a big Arkansas donor. That there's not anyone that Arkansas's interviewed that many have seen on the message boards. So that means the big name was James Franklin. And Franklin played Arkansas like a fiddle for Sexton to get what he needed to get done for Franklin to go to Virginia Tech. So Arkansas is always the school that people use for raises. All right. This is a very little known story about Arkansas. If you want to get into some deep Arkansas conspiracy theories, here's one for you. So there was a coach by the name of Les Miles. Les Miles used Arkansas as leverage to get a raise from LSU. Okay. Agents know to put names in for the state of Arkansas to get raises. Okay. My thing is, did you really ever think Les Miles was going to leave LSU for Arkansas? Really? No. So there's two names that interest me. There's a exotic name, and then there's a rational name. And then there's a group of 5 name. And these are the 3 names for Arkansas you need to keep in your Rolodex. Let's go with the most boring name, which is Matt Campbell. All right, so Matt Campbell has a connection to Arkansas. His big first win on the scene was him beating Brett Bielema in Little Rock. I was at this game. He beat Arkansas, and that was actually a good Arkansas team. He was with Toledo. It was a big upset. And Matt Campbell, of course, is a great coach at Iowa State. He's been there forever. He's in the Big 12. This is kind of his speed, right? I do think that's a good fit for both parties. But that's kind of the boring name, right? It would cost some. He loves Iowa State. He's a great coach. Then we get to the young hotshot, who we've talked about quite a bit. And he's one of my favorite young names in the country, and that is Eric Morris from North Texas. Last time Arkansas hired a Morris from Texas, he was the worst coach in SEC history. But this guy is driven. He's in his early 40s, offensive-minded. North Texas's offense is a lot of fun to watch. And then we get into the most exotic name that loves him some Razorback football. If he were hired by Arkansas, he would fit Arkansas to a T. I know quite a few people in Arkansas that act and look like this gentleman. And his name is John Gruden. Okay. So, John Gruden gets there. Checks are starting to get written. Now, the question is, does he want to leave media? Because John Gruden's really good at media. I would say of any former coach that's gotten into media, he is by far the best. I met Gruden at the Super Bowl, talked to him for a good 5 to 10 minutes. And I love that guy. Well, Carter, what about the emails and the checkered pass? I mean, it is what it is. The dude can coach. Okay. That's the most entertaining option. So Gruden's name's been attached to this job before. Another deep wild card for Arkansas, and this would be the absolute craziest hire. If you want to drop a freaking grenade on college football, this gets brought into the equation. Okay. And there's 2. Let's start with the Canes here. Gus Malzahn. Okay. So Gus has been attached to this job. All right. So Gus is obviously a legendary Arkansas coach. He's coached with the Razorbacks, but he got to start as a offensive coordinator with the Razorbacks, but he was a high school coach. And we've had someone that's worked for Gus on this channel before. I love me some Gus Malzahn. All right. And it's not even an Arkansas thing. I think the dumbest thing Auburn ever did was fire Gus. It never made sense. And the dumber thing about Gus's tenure at Auburn is that he was always on the hot seat. Like every offseason, he was on the hot seat when he almost won a national championship with Nick Marshall. Okay? So Gus would drop a bomb on CFB, but it'll also make some sense. But the following would be the single most interesting move in college football history. Deion. Okay? It's a worst kept secret. It's out now. We talked about it on PHL, closer to when it happened a few years ago. Deion interviewed for Arkansas before. And, yeah. Deion will get checks written. You don't think Jerry Jones drops his nuts on the SEC? Deion there? Whew. You want fundraising going? Well, Carter, he's not actually a great strategic coach, and he's got health issues. So what? You're Arkansas. Swing for the fences. Deion, bro. So there you go. Why are we talking? Well, I got the question a minute ago, and I think some of you want to talk some of the other openings. Okay, Pat Fitzgerald would make a lot of sense too. So let's talk about some of the. Once again, we'll stay on the topic of some of these other openings. I know you want to talk about LSU. The connection between Sexton, DeBoer, Penn State. Okay. Would Lane want Bama over LSU? Probably. I'm just telling you straight to your face. Probably. It's just how it is. Could DeBoer actually leave Alabama to go to Penn State? Yeah. Yeah. I do think fit is overrated. I really do think that word it's just way overused. And DeBoer is winning. Okay. But loses Iron Bowl to Auburn and miss another playoff. And that job sounds a lot more interesting. Everyone in the chat says Deion can't coach. I would agree. Strategically, it's not his forte. Let's go to Rome. Do you think Keith Carter puts his job on the line with the results of the Egg Bowl? Kiffin loses, is Carter gone too? No. But what if actually this is interesting. What if Ole Miss decides to go real scorched earth here? And they say, look, we, as in this program, want to keep you as a head coach. If you go, we're firing Keith. That's the only thing otherwise. It's a really crappy thing to do. But I think Lane at the same time would say, okay, you fire Keith, then you're going to lose all this support. So That's interesting, but I also don't think I think Keith is pretty safe. Okay. Let's go to James. Always appreciate you repping the brand. I also want to say an apology because I've had a few, and this is part of why I don't wear the shirt anymore. So the shirt that James has on um, is one I do not carry anymore. Like selling and making T-shirts is a lot harder. We have a close friend of the channel, Daily Joy, who's a big merchandise queen, and one real reason why I'm a huge supporter of Daily Joy is she actually ships the stuff herself. All right. So when you buy a hat from SEC Pretty, and she sold a lot of it, she quit a really high paying job for this clothing brand. She ships it. Okay. Dude, it was a lot. And the problem was I was selling enough shirts to actually make good money. All right. But I wasn't selling enough to justify the work putting in to selling the shirts. Now, the truth is, when I would sell shirts, if I sold a gazillion of them, no problem. I don't mind working in there. It's pack, go, pack, go. And another thing was for every shirt that I sold, I sent a full pack of cards with it for my own collection. Okay. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there's still merch. You could still get merch. But there you go. But this is why I like Rome so much, dude. He really gets to the nitty gritty. Okay. Let's go to Sourdough Man. What are the chances of Lane getting here next year and Alabama firing DeBoer the next year or two if things don't go well, and then they come after Lane? Yeah, when you hire him, there's always that possibility. Okay. But here's the problem. There would still be a buyout attached to it. And you would need to pay Lane more than what we are going to pay him. All right. So you have those two things working against you. And here's the thing. What if he says, "Hey, I like it here at LSU. We have a 9-3 season, barely miss a playoff," and he leaves after year one. So what? We'll just go get another coach. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. I don't want that to happen. But you know the risk. That risk is associated with any coach. Okay. Janice, thank you for the super chat. All right. Just had working on a guest here, but they were at the LSU basketball game. Okay. Okay. Now, I want to talk about some media ethics before we get to um, this next topic. So, when a coaching search happened, there's a lot of stuff that gets shared publicly that is behind a paywall. All right. So, I do work the phones. I do talk to sources and agents and all of that. I do. Not quite to the extent that actual reporters do, but they watch. Agents, they want to know everything people are saying about their clients and stuff like that, and you become friends with them. I mostly talk to players' parents. Got to hang out with Jack Pyburn's dad last week, and his whole family. Even held their dog in their RV. But I want to address sharing paywalled information. Okay, we talked about it yesterday with Preston, and people are getting pissed that his reporting is behind a paywall. I've gotten the angry messages. Why would you put this film study behind a paywall? It's because I got a family to feed. That's it. The chunk of money you make whenever you're in one of those subs compared to like the little ad revenue you get from like YouTube, it doesn't compare really, right? So I do get a lot of like screenshots of like different reports and stuff like that. I try not to share them on here. I'm thinking about sharing one though because it is just so public, and I did listen to this actual reporter share all this information on a CBS report. But basically, there's a reporter by the name of Ole Miss, and his name is Neil McCready, and he's a really talented guy, and he's probably the guy at Ole Miss, right? And he was sharing stuff that I've also heard about. They're touring Baton Rouge, they're thinking about this neighborhood and all of that. And yeah, there's some smoke to that. And it's very personal stuff and whatever. But basically, it is amazing though how many Ole Miss writers, people that actually know Lane, go to the press conferences, know him personally, that have turned on him. And it's not quite turning on him, it's just addressing the reality. I don't think that they hate Lane. Okay. Well, I look at Gretchen. I will say, Gretchen. So this happens a lot as well. When you're watching a YouTube stream, and Gretchen's going to catch up to this a little bit later. When you're watching a stream, your comment, like your finger can push the stream back and it not be live. So especially if you're watching on a phone and you want to be live, and I don't mind if you want to rewind and catch up. I do that from time to time if I'm watching another streamer. I'll 2x the speed and then get back to normal speed when I'm live with the actual talent or whatever. And Gretchen, when you catch up to this, I do want to address this because Gretchen is probably the single most popular old white woman name. Okay, like that is a great old white lady name, Gretchen. Okay, it's either Gretchen or Lucille or Ruth. I love the name Ruth. Only female name in the Bible. Or the only chapter in the Bible named after a female. Love that name. I'm an old white woman and I like young boy. Also, that was Karen Lacey's favorite. Well, Gretchen, welcome to the channel. I see your family here. A bunch of balloons. It looks like this was a birthday. Well, I don't know. This is a collection of balloons here, everyone. Kind of hard to see what kind of celebration this is. It looks like a little candy cane, but we got pink and green. And this looks like it was a party. This looks like the cake. This looks like one of those parties that had one of those large ass punch bowls. You know what I'm saying? Like those large ass punch bowls. The punch that you only get at these types of parties. It's not served anywhere else. It's like ginger ale with Crystal Light mixed with motor oil. It doesn't taste great, but it tastes great. But for some reason, when they serve these, you know what I'm talking about? The big ass things with the punch, it's either a pinkish color or a light greenish color. For some reason, the two things about these the big ass bowls of punch, is number one, it's always served with one of those large ass fancy spoons. What do you call those spoons? You know what I'm saying? It's like a long ass thing, and then you got to dip it and you got to pour it like this. You can't dip it like that. You got to pour it like this. And then the second thing is this punch, they never serve it to you in an actual cup. It's like the smallest cup in the world. And that cup defeats the purpose. I mean, you get less in there than you get in a Capri Sun. I can understand if it's bourbon, but it's a big ass jug of punch. I mean, it's not a jug or the. Yes, a ladle. A ladle. Mm. Gertrude or Bernice. Okay. Raise your hand if you've ever been to Bernice, Louisiana. Raise your hand. Let me know. Oh, wait, Esther? Good to see you again. Wait, let me see. It is 2. I always thought it was. You are right, Esther. I always thought it was just Ruth. Okay, Bernice, Louisiana. Love Bernice. Good to see you, Cosmos. What's up, Carter? My boy, disappointing season, but we still here. Baby, go Tigers. Get Lane or Summerall. Yeah. Good to see you, Cosmos. All right. Enough with the jokes. More about some LSU stuff. All right. So what's next for LSU? Well, you do just need to wait this out. Now, I will also say there's not a whole lot of waiting going on. There's some real motion to getting this finalized. But let's just say the rug pull happens. You got to be careful with the rug pull. Those can be difficult to deal with. I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. I would be a Dellenger drink guy. It is interesting, though, how much appearance matters. It really does. In every walk of life, appearance matters. We look at someone and judge based on your appearance. We will, decide whether or not you're worthy of the job. And it's very prevalent in the entertainment industry. There's a lot of people with average talent that look the part that succeed. Right? That's what makes Eli so interesting, is that he does not look like a football player. And he also just does not look like a football coach. And that is the problem. Okay. I still can't get over the point that he can't win the big one. Like, I just so strongly disagree with that. Well, he's not beating Kirby Smart when he plays him. So, I mean, it's Missouri. Not many people are beating Kirby Smart. He struggles to beat Alabama. Lost 27-24 versus Alabama. And by the way, in these big games, the big one versus Texas A&M this year, and then the big one last year versus Alabama, backup quarterbacks. He's playing with the backup again tomorrow. "55-year-old white dude, Army base, and the only Baton Rouge musicians I know are Johnny Rivers and the Producers. Dillingham is Saban 2.0. There's a lot of good Baton Rouge artists. A lot are hip-hop guys. Kevin Gates. I got 2 phones. And then you got the Baton Rouge Band. When you think Baton Rouge Band, you think better than Ezra. Okay? Yeah, Tony, email me your number and I'll forward it to Jared. Now, we're 256 viewers on YouTube. It says there's 656 total of you watching this right now. I think that number is actually a little bit lower than that. I want to give out some tickets. Okay. I have 2 tickets to Western Kentucky. Whoever claims them, you get them. Because we got to talk Western Kentucky. Okay. And they better get claimed. There's enough people in here to claim these. Okay. Before we get to Western Kentucky, let's go to Zach. It's the Florida beat flat out wrong or Sexton playing games. Let's go through a certain truth. Most reporters are not totally wrong. And by the way, I only listed a few artists. Boosie's the best Baton Rouge artist of all time. Okay. And there's not a close second for me. That's just my opinion. All right. Now, once again, it's no disrespect to YB, but Boosie's my YB. Friend of the channel, Boosie. I gave my Jaden Daniels display to Boosie. It's part of our old opening video. But I want to talk about reporting. Right, we talked about the paywall stuff. A lot of times when reporters say, hey, this guy is connected to this job, there's some truth to it. There really is some truth to it. Okay. I think for me, I wouldn't go so far as to say that the Florida beat was right and that Lane Kiffin was actually agreed to taking the Florida job, because agreed can be a subjective term. All right. A lot of people think of agree as an objective term, right? If you ask me to go have dinner with you, I agree to go have dinner with you. Okay. The problem with the word agree is that it can get a little gray, if you will. Well, I agreed to go to dinner with you. Well, what if you say, hey, we're going to Whataburger? Well, no, I'm not going to want that. I dressed up. I want to go to a steakhouse. I agreed to go to dinner with you. So I think that's kind of what happened here, where Florida felt like Lane agreed. And Florida was feeling good. Lane idolizes Spurrier, the visor, all of it. And then you had the Florida writers who have gotten big stories correct in the past. And they said, hey, I feel like this is happening. They didn't outright say it, but they said, hey, we're going, we're coming. And then you have all those people there on Saturday. You send the governor to Oxford, Mississippi. Okay. So why is Florida so convinced they're getting Lane? Well, a lot of them are delusional Florida fans. There's a lot of them schniking all over LSU. AP says, if I invite you to go to dinner, don't dress up. Where are we going, AP? Okay. So, I think, once again, I understand this is a name that you do not want to hear. This is the last two words you want to hear on the stream tonight. Okay. But Jimmy Sexton is really good at his job. But he was attacked by Jeff Landry. And you probably don't want to hear those two names. I do think Jeff Landry, out of all the different things he's done, and there have been a lot that I have publicly called out, and I'll say it a gazillion times, I respect the officer of the governor. This is not a political statement. This is not any of that. But I want you to think about this when it comes to what Landry had to say about agents and how powerful the agents are. I don't think people quite understand how powerful agents are at both collegiate and the NFL levels. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. So here's a good example. We talked about it ad nauseum. Trace Armstrong represented Brian Kelly and Garrett. At least that's what was said in the Netflix documentary. Okay. Huge conflict of interest. Then, of course, Jimmy Sexton is represents all these different coaches. So here's the downside. A little burp from we're a little drink here. The downside when you're dealing with an agent like this, and we're talking about these super agents, is that you are getting their clients at the near maximum amount of value. And the reason you have to pay the maximum amount of value is that if this agent represents all these different coaches, if you try and lowball him, number one, he probably represents some of the other clients that you would need to go after if this client failed, or if he doesn't sign with you, or let's say the client that you do end up signing works for Sexton, he gets fired, you don't have a good relationship with Sexton, guess what? Sexton's not going to want to deal with you. Now, The good news about college football agents when it comes to coaches is that coaches are not capped at what they can earn. Players theoretically are, but coaches are uncapped. Agents have more power, I believe, in the NFL, even though Sexton is considered to be the most powerful agent in all sports right now because he has all the powerful coaches. But the reason why agents in the NFL have so much more value is when they are dealing out player contracts, you are working against a cap. All right. So if I were an NFL GM, which would be a fun job, I would stay away from certain clients with certain agents. And obviously that would be near impossible. But one very bold NFL take that I have is I don't want to deal with David Mugoleta, who's a very powerful NFL agent, extremely talented guy. I could argue he's the best agent in sports right now. But there's a downside. Agents who are really good at their jobs, they're getting maximum dollar for their clients, which then hurts you from getting money to other really good players to build super rosters. So I am going to really ask myself in dealing with the David Mugoleta client, do I really want this player? How badly do I want him? And he represents some LSU guys. Once again, it's no disrespect to him. He's just too damn good at his job. All right, it's kind of like making a trade with the Thunder or the Eagles. They have such sharp GMs. You got to ask yourself, hey, am I getting one done over on me? So the difference here with Lane is he's trying to do two separate things. He's trying to gain the maximum amount of value for himself, and he's also trying to gain as much money as he can for NIL. And because both of those things theoretically, well, we know coach salaries are uncapped. NIL salary is capped. You can only give out $20 million of revenue shared money. But that doesn't mean anything. You could still do NIL deals, just hide it behind shady advertising deals. I don't care that you got to report the $600 Deloitte stuff, whatever. One thing I would recommend, though, to every single college program that might be watching this right now, please watch Pablo Torre's series on aspiration and Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers. If you set up one of these advertising deals, have the kid do something, okay? I won't get into the whole thing. That's like 12 months of reporting that Pablo's done. But at least make it look like it's a true advertising deal. Or get a certain barber. I wish Clifton was in here. We actually met somebody from a meet last week who knew the barber. He gave us a ride after the game. Okay. Let's go to Eric. He says, with everything in my being, I hope Lane Kiffin does not come to LSU. That's fine. Here's a good thing. Even if Lane were sitting right here, your opinion is your opinion. Okay. Coming up next, we will actually talk about LSU and Western Kentucky. Power Hour Network listeners and viewers, you might be consuming this content with that crick in your back that you've been trying to get rid of for so long. Take this as your sign today to book your appointment with LabordTherapy.com. In the Lafayette region, there is no one that you will find that cares more about any different type of pain that you might have than the team at LabordTherapy.com. Book today. Once again, that's LABORDE therapy.com, or you can visit one of their 5 locations all throughout the Lafayette region.
All right, so one thing that I hope Kyle Williams brings to this LSU defensive tackle room is hustle like this, right? And it is ironic because Kyle wore number 95 at LSU. So, once again, this offense is good. They are going to make some plays, all right? Now, what you have to do against it is just hustle your ass.
PHL Nation, it's time to lock in and get serious really quickly with our friends at Fortified Gulf Coast and FortifiedGulf.com. This is my buddy Ramey. He is one of many Fortified Gulf Coast inspection professionals that are doing something to help you not only save your home, but your memories.
The Fortified program got started about 13 years ago. We adopted it here in New Orleans about 2.5 years ago. It's a more advanced way of doing the roof. It adds an extra layer of protection, whereas even if a hurricane was to pull the shingles off this roof, water will still not get into the house.
So yes, your establishment is important, but what about the things you can't replace? That family scrapbook or that painting that's been handed down from Meemaw to Papaw and to you. It is important to protect that today with Fortified Roofing. And while this seems like a priceless asset, did you know it can actually save you on your homeowner's insurance up to 37% if you are in South Louisiana? Just call the number 504-444-7563. That's 504-444-7563, or visit FortifiedGulf.com. That's FortifiedGulf.com. Let's go. Alrighty, so this is the gist I would be fighting back against here from Caleb Sailors or whatever. Super Talk News. He says the following: we are witnessing an unprecedented situation playing out at Ole Miss. The head coach, who has been given the moon and stars. I mean, what the hell is this? The moon and stars? I mean, is this a lullaby? What are we talking about here? By a grateful fan base and a supportive university administration could realistically be jumping ship to a long-standing, bitter rival. If some Ole Miss fans aren't scorned by this, I'm not sure how. This has been an avoidable conclusion to what should be recognized as a historically successful season for the Rebels. Dude, who do these Ole Miss fans think they are? Scorned? You're scorned? What? Is this a Danielle Steele novel? Scorned? This is college football. It's a business. I could see that in a Danielle Steele novel. Oh, the scorned lover betrayed me. Be grateful for what this man did. Could have very well gone to Arkansas, but he chose you. And he's given you so much success. And guess what? Guess what? You're acting like you're the only program that this has happened to. The best coach of all time went to a school that LSU despises, and he put our asses into the dirt. What's our opinion of Nick now? Well, Carter and Nick won a natty at LSU. And yes, that is true. He actually did win a natty. And Lane is not going to win a natty at Ole Miss. But I can argue what Lane has done at Ole Miss is more impressive than what Nick did at LSU. That's how good of a coach Lane has been at Ole Miss. This is Ole Miss. And you're acting like Lane is doing this to hurt you. He is not. He is not doing this to hurt you. He is making a professional decision. This is something you all need to understand when it comes to college football. we are fans, all right? We love LSU. Every single person that plays or coaches at LSU, guess what? They probably love LSU as well. But they're also there in terms of a transaction, a transactional benefit, if you will, playing for LSU, coaching for LSU. They're getting paid to do it. They're also doing it for the betterment of their careers. A lot of guys just decide, hey, I grew up in Louisiana. I want to play at LSU, but guess what? I need to do what's best for my playing career. And they go to another school that those schools know those players don't like as much as they do LSU. Okay. Jack Besh is one of those guys. Jack Besh loves LSU the way that most of you fans love LSU. He grew up idolizing LSU. His uncle played at LSU. Do you think that just goes away? Do you think Lane Kiffin's love for Ole Miss just goes away? Be grateful for what he's done for you. I understand the wounds are fleshed, or understand the wounds are fresh, and you obviously feel some type of way about it. But get over yourselves. It's college football. It's a business. Okay? No, Lauren, but it does throw an interesting wrinkle in there. And here's the thing. Could you imagine if you're Lane? You're bigger than Ole Miss. Ole Miss is indeed you. You turn this into what it is now. No one tweet, whoever this Caleb Sailors, no one tweet is going to change that. All right, no one tweet's going to change that. But if I am Lane, I probably do feel a little bit like, hey, I understand why you're mad, but damn, really? You're gonna say this? And I wouldn't be offended that all these people are saying what they're saying, but I would be like, damn, you really wish that bad for me? Well, Carter, he's going to the Arrival. Okay, sure. That does sting. But players transfer to Rivals all the time. Do you think Ole Miss, when they brought in Malik Heath, they said, oh, no. Don't do that. You've played at Mississippi State and you're coming to Ole Miss. Players don't care. They just don't. They don't. They want to go where they can get the football and get the most money. Or a combination of both. And that's no disrespect to Ole Miss. I have friends that are Ole Miss fans. No disrespect. And the man himself is tweeting. I tagged him in an Instagram post. I went on a 7-mile run a little bit earlier with the caption, training for Lane. I know, kind of lame. Fit check Friday night. Lane still recruiting. Day 228. The last day was 225 that he shared. How to figure out what you really want. You imagine life that would be too good to be true, and then you take note of the elements, the themes. Are you surrounded by others? Are you quiet? Are you hopeful? Are you healing or resting? Are you adventuring? Are you in your wild? Are you creating? Are you more unique? The picture doesn't have to come fully into fruition for you to understand that its pieces are directing you to the most honest aspects of yourself. Make a map of that life and live it now. Live it here. That's my football coach right there. Caleb on Twitter. I don't think they're out of the race. Let's go to Nolan 1. Why is everyone forgetting how easy Ole Miss's schedule has been since Lane has been there? Well, the last 2 seasons, it's not been easy. I mean, look at the schedule that they've had this year. Okay. I'll go one by one. So they do play weaker non-conference teams. They got to play Tulane and Washington State, and they almost lost to Washington State. Georgia State, Kentucky, Arkansas, LSU. So, yeah, they've played some of the weaker and down teams in the SEC. But they've also played Georgia, Oklahoma, which obviously wasn't great last year, a down Florida team. So, yeah, I mean, they have had it a little bit easier. Okay. I brought that up as well. Ole Miss was a huge benefactor of the old cross-division rival rule, where they got to play Vanderbilt every year as a cross-division rival. And this wasn't Clark Lee's Diego Pavia's Vanderbilt. Okay. Welcome in, P. Foy. Okay, again, they owe him money if they fire him. He owes them money if he leaves on his own volition. Yeah, it's what the timeline, right? Like, what is it? If you fire him, you have to pay him what's his bond? Like, it's a pretty extravagant amount. I think it's like $30 million or something like that. The money he owes is like $5 million. What is the yeah, $36 million. I think they have a good argument for cause to fire him. It's not one you want to take up, though. It's a good point by P4. I'm glad you brought that up, man. Don't sleep on this, for you Jaden fans, this Brandon Ayuk report that the 49ers are getting rid of him. He wants to play with Jaden Daniels. Let's go to Death Blade 4836. That's a pretty diabolical name. So I better answer your comment well. Lane Kiffin does not respect anyone's time. Perhaps use that to rethink hiring him. So what if he is right? Let's just say LSU this week says, "Look, do we really want to deal with this guy? Is this something we really honestly want to do?" It's a good question, Pegasus. I think the point was to say, "Hey, we're releasing this statement." For Keith Carter to break his silence, you have to meet with the coach beforehand. Because if Lane was just blindsided by that and just some statement, then, what's the point? And they also meet pretty often. Okay. Let's go to Brambo. Ripped Brambo. Big Kiff. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do. Let's go to JDM Hoss. Welcome to the channel, man. You are part of the best LSU football community on the planet. And you're wearing a cowboy hat, which gives me a chance to sing my favorite Oklahoma grad song. I should have been a cowboy. I understand we all have opinions about Toby Keith and all of that. But it's kind of hard for me to just fully hate Toby Keith because he made that one song. Stealing young girls' hearts. I love it. There's a piece of me that says, I should have been a cowboy. I should have been a cowboy. That's a good point, JDM. Welcome to the channel. Why should coaches be Wait, do you really think JDM looks like Tim McGraw? Let me get Hey in here. Hey. Well, I need your opinion on something here in the chat. Yeah, I need your opinion. Come on. You don't have to get on the camera. All right. She said she's not clothed right now, which is why I really wanted to bring her in. What? They said this guy looks like Tim McGraw. This guy right here. Yeah. I like it. Hey, said so. Let's go to Boris. Super chatting with sources. Spent last weekend with the retired insurance agency owner, hooked into the Ole Miss Booster Network. There you go. So I'm going to go ahead and spill who this is. I actually know who this is. Boris already told me. It's the old Jake from State Farm, not the current one. It's the old one, the guy that got fired for current younger Jake from State Farm. That's who this is. Well, what does she wear? Khakis. He thought as of last week they had no idea what Lane Kiffin's doing. He thinks he's staying at Ole Miss. Oh, you sing, JDM? JDM says he sings. Oh, this is perfect timing. So this is actually my fault. I always try to come through on my promises. And we need to bring this back since you're here, JDM. We were supposed to have a PHL idol, and I did have one of my friends who is a country music headliner. Now he's not elite, like in terms of like, I think he's elite, but in terms of being an A-list name, and he doesn't want to be an A-list name, but he makes a lot of money. He's an LSU fan, and he said he would judge PHL Idol, and we had 3 different contestants. We had Branson Cat, we had John Sibley, and JDM, you could be the third contestant. We should do it. Get Lainey Wilson on as a judge. So JDM, send me a sample. Email me powerhourlsu@gmail.com, and I'll see if you're worthy. But that is my song. Should have been a cowboy. That is my song. Stealing young girls' heart. Man, whoo. You got to forgive old Toby for being an Oklahoma grad. Let's go to Frank. I will tell you this. All right, this is oh, this is funny. So my friend is friends with Ashley McBride. She actually just performed close to my hometown. Well, not my hometown, but close to where I went to high school not too long ago. And there you go. Where are you from in Arkansas? Oh, you have a lady friend around Baton Rouge? There you go, JDM. I like it. Got a lady friend. That is funny. When I don't know what kind of lady friend it is, but normally it's like a romantic interest partner. That is a country boy way of describing a friend, if you will. Yeah, I got a lady friend down there in Baton Rouge. We go to the Texas Club every now and then, partake in a bud or two. Do a little boot scooting buggy. Coolest thing was I got to play that song for Kix Brooks at an event not too long ago, DJing, and I got to meet Kix Brooks. Kix freaking Brooks, man. Kix Brooks. But yeah, email me a sample. I want to see it. But that's cool. Your cousin Ashley McBride. Yeah. I don't know. I've never met Ashley before, but she is very talented. In my country music career, that I was brutally out of place for, but I enjoyed it. Actually, Pegasus, there is a 100% chance that you are correct. He's not made a decision yet. Because no decision with Lane is final until pen is to paper. So anyone that's speaking in absolutes, I swear on everything. I'm not just saying this just to say it. But there's someone that I truly do trust that says he thinks it's literally Stevie Wondered. This contract is Stevie Wondered. Signed, sealed, and delivered. I just don't believe it. I just do not believe it. Okay? If State kicks Ole Miss's ass, Kiffin has problems with Ole Miss's boosters. Elevate. And Lauren, you are correct. I do think Ole Miss would feel better if the game was at home, but it's not. It's in Starkville. Stark Vegas. Can Mississippi State win this game? Yeah, I mean, they almost beat Texas. They scored first on Georgia, but they end up getting their ass kicked. But yeah, they can beat Ole Miss for sure. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's go to it. It's official, dude. All right. Not official. LSU's not tweeted anything out. Okay. Let's go to the Dellenger report. Ross is the most plugged in LSU national reporter. All right. This will give you a shiver down your spine. As Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss met Friday, confidence brewed in Baton Rouge. LSU is finalizing a near $90 million offer to the coach. Okay, that keyword offer. Blessed by the governor, and $25 million in annual roster cash. It's the most serious push to gain his commit, sources tell Yahoo Sports. Okay? So I'll leave it on the screen. We'll get into the actual story here. Okay? The funny thing is, I have Dellenger's tweets notified. So let's get into it. Okay. And go read the tweet and show them love. LSU officials are mobilizing around a heightened pursuit of Lane Kiffin. University executives and athletic administrators are finalizing terms of a multi-million-dollar contract proposal and seeking a commitment from the Ole Miss coach within the next week, the latest and most serious push in the courtship of Kiffin. However, the coach's true intent remains a mystery, even to those closest to him, as he decides between staying in Oxford or leaving for open jobs at LSU or Florida. Okay? A meeting among Kiffin, Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter, and University Chancellor Glenn Boyce on Friday afternoon produced no resolution about his future, according to a statement from Carter. In a statement, Carter revealed that an announcement on Kiffin's future would be made next Saturday after Ole Miss meets Mississippi State in the annual Egg Bowl on Friday. Okay, this is where it gets juicy. Meanwhile, in Baton Rouge, key LSU decision makers are gearing up for a formal offer to the coach and his representatives. While specific details of the contract remain fluid, executives have discussed a 7-year incentive-laden deal worth at least $90 million. Okay. Figures that would make Kiffin, at the very least, tied for the highest paid coach in the sport. The school is as well promising significant NIL-related roster investments exceeding $25 million, perhaps the most important determining factor for the coach. Okay? So this is, to me, obviously that's the most important detail. But this is the biggest for me, because we knew the number was going to be big. Despite comments last month from Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry critical of high-priced coaching contracts, The state's top elected official has blessed the university's lucrative pursuit of Kiffin, led by newly appointed athletic director Verge Osbury. While there is brewing confidence in Baton Rouge that the latest push will lure the coach into a commitment, Florida administrators and top donors have felt similarly in a chase of the coach that dates back weeks. Okay. Before we continue, all right, let's keep this going. All right. Let's keep. Both LSU and Florida officials are cognizant of Kiffin's historical indecision and remain engaged with that goal of that includes, but is not limited to, Missouri coach Eli Drinkwitz, Tulane's John Summerall, who many believe to be the leading candidate in Auburn's search to replace Hugh Freeze. Kiffin's indecision is proving problematic for Ole Miss for a variety of reasons. The Rebels, of course, playoff, so on and so on. Okay, we get to this next comment, and basically, saying that they could go to the SEC championship game. Those around the Ole Miss program describe a team of players made uncomfortable, if not frustrated and angry, by the public nature of Kiffin's decision. It's not good, says one official who frequently attends practice and visits the Manning Center, the Ole Miss football facility. The players know, they read it all. For weeks now, school officials have outlined a plan to retain Kiffin, already in top salary at $9 million per year. The plan features an increase in salary, but perhaps more importantly, guarantees an NIL compensation for the roster, something schools officials presented to the coach in meetings earlier this week. Okay. In a sit down with Yahoo Sports just 10 days ago, Kiffin outlined the determining factors for coaches to take other jobs, identifying above the cap NIL as one of the most important issues. Okay. Ole Miss is believed to spend around $20 million on its roster per season. Kiffin stands to make an unprecedented decision never before witnessed in the history of the sport, leaving a team bound for the playoffs and with championship stakes still very much alive. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to read through this. There's a few notes I want to make about this, though. His decision, if he were to leave next week, could jeopardize his own team's chances of making the college football playoff. Okay. Of the CFP selection committee's criteria is the consideration of injuries and other events surrounding a team's decision. Okay, which is indeed true. The loss of Kiffin, known for his offensive mastery, may impact the Rebels' chances. A loss of Mississippi State likely drops him into a large pool of potential 10-2 teams, including Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame, BYU, Utah, and Oklahoma. Win on Saturday in Starkville, and the Rebels are a lock for a home playoff game. Okay. Kiffin serves as the key cog in all of this. A ripple effect that is to be felt across the country, in Auburn, Gainesville, and even State College, Pennsylvania. Interesting. Everybody's waiting on him, says one industry source. Okay. We continue. Over the last week, Kiffin has left plenty of signs that a departure from Ole Miss is possibly, if not likely. Okay. Got a guest coming on in just a second. We continue. Over the last week, Kiffin has left plenty of signs that a departure from Ole Miss is possibly, if not likely. Aside from passing on a multi-million-dollar new deal with the program, members of the coach's family visited both Gainesville and Baton Rouge. His daughter Landry attended an LSU fan event in Baton Rouge on Thursday. She did. Once again, I'll share my thoughts. I'll just continue reading here. Landry, a sophomore at Ole Miss, announced publicly earlier this fall that she is dating LSU star linebacker Whit Weeks. Ole Miss is off Saturday before coaching staff and players are due back Sunday afternoon to continue preparations for Mississippi State. There is a key piece to this that people are underrating about Mississippi State. We'll get to that in a second. Hovering over all of them is somewhat unprecedented situation. Said one person close to the situation, I don't know how this is going to make it to Friday. Okay? So I'm going to go through a few things about this. Once again, I'm reacting to this. Some of this we've already discussed today. Okay? Let's start with the beginning. This is true that obviously LSU has put forth an aggressive offer. And this is very aggressive. When you're offering this young man, I say young man, he's about to be 50, which is, the prime of a coach, more often than not. It's a lot of money, right? And, the first thing about this is the meeting with Kiffin, Keith Carter, and University Chancellor Glenn Boyce on Friday afternoon. One key thing that we brought up was this meeting was scheduled for the morning and it got pushed back. So that lets you know that there was some kerfuffle going on, because I would doubt there was anything more important than this meeting. I would love to know why the meeting got pushed back. Was it on Carter and Boyce's side or Kiffin's side? Okay. And then, of course, we've already talked about the Keith Carter statement. Now, we get to here. Yes, it is a little wild that you would offer a coach more money than Kirby, or money at the same amount of Kirby. Okay. Yeah, it's strange. It's very, very, very strange. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. But at the same time, so much in life is leverage. Okay. Lane Kiffin has a lot of leverage. So, yes, it is crazy to think that Lane Kiffin would be making the same amount of money as Kirby Smart without actually even making a playoff. Now, the likelihood that he makes this playoff is very high, but you get the gist, right? He should have made the playoff last year. We clearly see he's talented. But oftentimes in sports, rarely is the absolute best the highest paid. How many of you think Dak Prescott is the best quarterback in the NFL? I don't think any of you do. He is the highest paid. Tua makes more than Patrick Mahomes per season. So, many people are going to get hung up when it comes to highest paid, when in actuality, there is no profession in sports or no job in sports that is more underpaid than a great college football coach. There is not a single one of them. Okay. Now, if he sucks, he quickly becomes very overpaid. It's oftentimes a very feast or famine situation, right? You have to factor in. Let's say Kirby or Lane with incentives, the maximum that they make is $20 million in a year. Okay. And then obviously they're going to get an extension, more stuff, whatever. So you then get into, was it worth paying him that amount? Well, if you win a national championship winning coach is probably worth $30 million. So it's more so Kirby is underpaid, if anything. Now I understand you're paying him as much money to give him this job when he's not done anything for you yet. Yeah, this is one of the biggest risks in the history of college football. All right, you're getting ready to give this man this amount of money right after the Brian Kelly situation happened. Now, there's two different sides to that. The first is you need to have your opinion set in stone right now of whether or not you agree with giving Kiffin this amount of money. Because so many people changed up with Brian Kelly saying, well, Scott should have never actually given this guy all this guaranteed money. Nobody said that at the time. I mean, a few of you did, but still. Plus, this is also not your money. This is not money against a cap or anything. Someone just specifically is putting this money together. Okay. So now we continue. The most important thing, significant NIL roster investments exceeding $25 million. Ross earlier this week reported 30 million, 25 to 30. I'll take it. Okay. Now we get to the next part of this. Despite comments last month, the Jeff Landry comments. Okay. You know, I do think one key piece of this is left out is Landry calling out Jimmy Sexton by name. Okay. This is a true water under the bridge moment. Now, I said at the time that I felt it was going to be water under the bridge, but there would always be something else that came out. But eventually, we all agreed for the most part that this did not hurt LSU in this process of Lane. And I think Lane's final decision with LSU having this much smoke, it might not be something that Jeff Landry does. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I wouldn't put it past Jeff. I do think Verge deserves a lot of credit for this. We can get into, is Verge actually the one making this move? You know, yes and no. Obviously, when you're paying someone this much money, this is obviously something that goes above just one person, especially considering Scott was, the key cog in the Brian Kelly push. So once again, you see that Ross included here that it was blessed by Governor Landry that that Lane could receive this contract. Okay. Now, Florida administrators and top donors have felt similarly in a chase of the coach that dates back weeks. They did. And this is a scary thing. If you really want Lane Kiffin to sign with LSU, this part right here is indeed true. So basically, the position that LSU is in is a somewhat similar position that Florida was in. The difference, though, is that normally if you're the last place that a coach, or in this case, the coach's camp visits, if you're the last place, that's a huge bit of confidence, right? Because you're the last person to put an impression on Lane Kiffin's family. Okay. Now, should it matter that Lane did not himself visit? Well, no, it doesn't matter. Okay. Because most of the time you're going to be spending time at the facility. And as Nick Saban famously said a few weeks ago, it was a viral tweet. It was a clip of him talking about Terry Saban. How Terry Saban was the one that actually staked out Baton Rouge for Nick. Okay? So we then get into this next part where we have two specific names, and we have ourselves reported that Eli Drinkwitz is very much in this for LSU. Tulane's John Summerall is also in the mix here. But Eli Drinkwitz, I do think is a backup plan here for LSU. Okay. Is there anything here I want to comment on? No, this is basically stuff we've said already. All right. I don't want to go over all this again. Okay, I thought this was interesting. Even State College, Pennsylvania. Okay. I think this is key as well. Mississippi State fighting for bowl eligibility with a young coach. There is some mutiny, though, going on at Mississippi State over which quarterback they want to play. One source close to the situation, I don't know how this is going to make it to Friday. Okay. There's something else in this that I wanted to address. Obviously, this would be kind of a situation like we have at Florida State a few years ago, where you have Jordan Travis getting hurt, and that ultimately kept Florida State out of the playoff. Or that's what they want you to believe. I don't want to get into a rant about that again. One of the worst decisions in college football history. Okay. This was it. Okay. Tried to make it bigger. Pause. Okay. This is it right here. Kiffin stands to make an unprecedented decision never before witnessed in the history of the sport, leaving a team bound for the playoffs and with championship stakes still very much alive. Okay. And we're going to get to your comments here. That is technically true, but it's also not true. Okay. Brian Kelly did this very thing where Notre Dame would have been in the 12-team playoff if it was a 12-team playoff. And he was already thinking about going to LSU before Notre Dame even finished their season, and they still had a shot of making the playoffs. Now, it's not the same kind of shot that obviously Ole Miss has here in a deeper playoff field, but you get the point. And the same thing was true with USC and Lincoln Riley in Oklahoma. I would need to check on that. I think Oklahoma was still in the playoff race then. So, yeah, it is unprecedented to leave a team during the playoff. Part of me, though, wants this to happen because I want the college football playoff schedule to change. Okay? Let's go to Clifford. He's a lame duck coaching at this point. Thank you for the super, but it's just not true. He's not a lame duck. Do you really think Ole Miss is going? Let's just say Lane Kiffin goes to Keith Carter right now and says, "I'm taking the LSU job, but let me coach this final game, and then let me announce it on Saturday." Then technically he would be a lame duck, right? But if he wins that game and then he goes to Keith and says, "I ain't doing that. I'm staying." Keith is changing his mind on the spot. Okay? This should be your biggest fear, Jared. It really should be. But, this is my thing. The one thing you don't want to happen when you hire a coach, because so much of coaching is confidence, alignment, and comfort. Part of why Ed Orgeron succeeded at LSU is that he was very comfortable in where he was at LSU. He was very blessed. He was very grateful. That was where he wanted to make it work. And one thing Joe Oliva didn't get enough credit for was not truly wavering behind his controversial decision to stick with O. Now, it was more than just Oliva, obviously, but, there wasn't a single human being that does this for a living, that graded that hire an A. Not a single one. Every single national member of the college football media destroyed LSU for that hire. And it worked. Was there a lot of luck involved? Yeah, for 2019, but not the first years. No. He turned that bitch around after losing to Troy. Did a good job coaching the team at the end of 2016. Then obviously lost to Troy in 2017. We had a great team in 2018. Then he looked at himself in the mirror and said, this isn't good enough. Changed the entire mentality of the team. And then he fell off the deep end. But those 4 years were elite coaching, the best recruiting we've ever had. So, yeah, I mean, you don't know. But Jared's point is also true. Whoever you do go get afterwards, you just need to be confident in who that person is. There doesn't need to be, well, Verge really wanted this guy, but Governor Landry wanted that guy. And Wade Roos wanted this guy. And the players wanted this guy. And then this coach didn't feel comfortable hiring who he wanted on his staff. I will tell you, and this is something we'll talk about a little bit more because, one weird thing about a coach being fired, the best thing about a coach being fired is no one really wants to talk about the coach being fired. Okay? They only want to talk about what's next. It's a little bit different with Brian Kelly because of the active buyout situation. But one thing that I think the college football media fails to do, and I'm not talking about LSU media or just local team media, but national media, they're always ready to talk about the next thing. Okay. But this is why I should follow team focused things, because they'll tell you things that really do matter about what failed with the last regime. And I can tell you that two things really hurt the assistant coach hirings. Two things. Number one is there were a lot of coaches that have been hired at LSU because that's who the AD wanted, not the head coach wanted. Number two, there were a lot of coaches on the LSU staff that hated each other's guts. Now, it's different than not getting along. But damn, hating each other's guts is a different thing. Okay? And obviously, one is very publicly being played out, and we talked about it at the time. Jamar King and Matt House. That's a very public one. All right? There's more with this current regime. Okay? Some of which have already been canned. Okay? Let's go to Brian Hahn. Keep up the great work. I stayed up last night. Let's see if I can do it again tonight. Let's go, B. Locked up in, bro. Ooh. Yeah, this Dellenger report is getting feisty. What's up, G? All right, so this is actually one of my former teammates. Okay. Now, Eric used to kick my ass. You could tell by his photo. Huh? Eric actually kicked my ass so bad one time in basketball, he ripped off one of my fingernails. Seriously. He threw a behind the back pass so hard it ripped off my fingernail. Swear to God. That's how good of an athlete he was. $90 million to Lane. What we thinking? Well, if you're gonna go for the top dog in the cycle, you got to be willing to put money towards the center of the table. Okay. Now, I will not say what Billy Napier would say about this situation because, well, we saw that rolled out. All right, Murphy J. That is crazy. We got a full day of college football tomorrow. I will also say this. All right, this is where I am with Lane Kiffin. Lane, if for some reason you're watching this right now, I will work pro bono. Anything you need me to do, I'll do it. You can watch any of my film studies. I know enough ball to help you. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to tell you like every last name of every last thing you call because I don't know your terminology or anything like that. But if you need help, actually, when you sign with LSU, I got to shave all, or I got to wax my entire body for charity, thanks to that a-hole Blake Ruffino throwing that out there. And Eric can verify we were on the same position group, defensive line. Let's go to Boris. Which coaching hire would be the most likely to blow up recruiting steam for good and for the worse in the current staff? Well, obviously Lane is going to crush it in the portal with the money. You also got to keep in mind that the money that you're giving him, obviously you're giving him $25 million, but Lane knows shit that you just don't know. Right? There's some people that just can see stuff that nobody else can see. Okay. Brian, thank you so much. Acadiana alum. There you go. Only if you lived in Lafayette still. Please tell your friends, Brian, if you don't mind. Please tell your friends to check out Laborde Therapy and LabordeTherapy.com for all their physical therapy needs. Please do it, Brian, because Laborde has kept this afloat. And please, y'all spread the word about Laborde Therapy and Fortify Gulf Coast Roofing. But yeah, Lane is that guy. Then you got to factor this in, okay? Lane with $25 million is probably $30 to $35 million for quite a few coaches. There's a really iconic photo of Lane Kiffin. And it's funny, God, I've just watched so much Lane stuff. It's crazy because I've not watched the documentary yet. I'm dying to watch it now. But there's an iconic photo of Lane. He is sitting at a high school football game by himself. And it was cold. He had earphones in. And he was watching a 3-star running back by the name of Quinshon Judkins. And, well, we see what he is now. And that's the thing, he's got thick skin. Could you imagine being the guy that truly did recruit Quinshon Judkins and he leaves you for Ohio State? Trust me, Lane understands the business. All right. And there's more to the Judkins situation than just that. It wasn't really a Lane decision. It was a Lane decision, as is probably everything with the Ole Miss. But, Judkins wanted more. Okay. Who would be the worst recruiting scheme for the current staff? Or who would be the worst coach in terms of recruiting for us? Yeah, I don't know. The thing that's going to be interesting, Boris, is one thing LSU needs to consider And it's a point that I kind of wanted to save for if Lane decided to not come to LSU. But the next coach, whoever it may be that you hire, you must give them the same NIL commitment. Okay? And I know that's crazy for a head coach to go into a contract negotiation and be more worried about your roster money than your actual salary. But I do think, let's say you do go get Eli Drinkwitz and you want him to be the coach. Well, you'd have to put him at like $9.5 million per year. But more importantly, Eli would said, hey, I know y'all got it. I need the $25 million for my roster. Because think about it theoretically. If LSU is not willing to commit the same amount of money to another coach's roster, that coach could go back in the negotiation and say, well, why would you not give me as much if you think I'm the lesser coach than the guy you already missed out on? So whoever your next guy needs to be, you need to be willing to fork over the same cash and have that cash ready to go. And because it's so public now, this is two different Dellenger reports now, and I could back up that it's in the $30 million range. That's what I was hearing. But Dellenger now says 25 plus million for your NIL. You got to have the same thing ready. All right. And once again, you get the $20 million for your football roster and revenue share. But you notice the key words in that piece, the over-the-top NIL stuff that you would need to give out. So as far as recruiting, money talks. Okay. We continue. Yeah, I don't think Michigan overpaid at all, really. I think that was a really good move by them. Well, what if Underwood's not as good? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much positive press Michigan got out of that? A lot. And they got a super billionaire on board with them now because of it. Okay, let's go to Paul. I'm honestly to the point where I don't even care anymore. I like Lane. I want Lane, but he ain't Saban. Saban could move like this, and I wouldn't care. This is getting silly with Lane. Okay. Let's talk. Let me poke a lot of holes into this comment. And there are a lot that we can get into. Well, Lane Kiffin's not Nick Saban. But you know what else is true? Victor Wembanyama is not Michael Jordan, is he? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is not Michael Jordan, is he? You know, you're paying for what you could hope someone could turn into the GOAT. Where you know a GOAT has already been farmed in Nick Saban. So yeah, in life we want to pay for certainty. But guess what, Paul? And this is going to blow your mind the same way your baby reveal was blown up here. And it looks like a pretty glorious baby reveal here. Oh, you did the baseball thing. That's awesome. College football, what makes it so great is that there is no certainty in this sport. None. All right? It's what you should fully lean into. While it is indeed true that the same blue bloods are the ones that are always winning the national championships, outside of that very thing, there is a lot of variance in the sport regarding the individuals and their success at different places. And when you really break down college football coaching decisions, so many of the certainty moves failed. So many. The rock solid certainty moves have failed. Now, 2 didn't. Urban Meyer did not fail at Ohio State. Nick Saban did not fail at Alabama. Those are certainty moves. Those guys were already goats of the sport. And they became further goated, right? Nick at Alabama already won a national championship at LSU. And Urban was farther along in his career than at Florida than obviously Nick was at LSU. But they had already won natties. There were certainty hires, if you will. But since then, Jimbo failed spectacularly. BK failed. There's so many of these guys that have won big, and you bring them back. Less at Kansas, and it just, you feel certain, you feel safe with it. College football is an unpredictable thing. And with head coaching, college football really is an energy thing. So, the thing you worry about with Lane is, will he get complacent if you give him this money? I don't think that he will, because he is younger than Brian Kelly. And I do think he's wired different. Lane goes 7-5 first year. He'll be on the hot seat at LSU. I don't think so. Could you see Kiffin with Elijah Haven? I think you're thinking about the wrong QB there. And look, Elijah Haven is a fantastic quarterback prospect. But one thing you will not see me do is disrespect the young man who's committed to our program, still committed to our program, could probably make a boatload of money by decommitting. But shout out to you, Peyton Houston. I will not disrespect him. I will say Elijah Haven is talented, but I don't think there's a gap between the two of them. Other than one is an athletic marvel and the other's not that because of his size. Okay, so you were saying you're just tired of this carousel. And guess what, Paul? Me and you both, brother. I really don't like it, even though everybody's numbers go up. Every YouTuber's numbers go up. I'm going live more because of this. But as you guys know, I'm a football guy. Like, a lot of people that cover the sport, they're not in it to cover the actual sport of football. Most people that are college football fans, they actually aren't really fans of like the actual football being played. They're fans of the pageantry, the branding, the camaraderie, and that's fine. I don't look down on those people at all, and that shit matters a lot to me as well. But I say that because I would much rather be doing Garrett Nussmeier breakdowns for a 10-1 LSU team, or 10-0 LSU team, actually. But, let's go to golf and gambling. That's a great name, golf and gambling. With $25 million plus for NIL, how long would his grace period be? Now, it wouldn't be that long, obviously. I think he would need to be in the playoff in the first 2 seasons. One thing that's kind of working against Lane is the AD already said LSU needs to be in the playoff every year. Those are Verge's words, not mine. And I agree with them. You should have that mentality. The actuality, though, in a 12-team playoff, LSU probably should make the playoff 2 out of every 3 seasons. 1 out of every 2 at the very lowest. Okay? So we do have a Michigan fan coming in hot. I couldn't agree more. I mean, it worked out for both parties. It truly is one of the few win-wins because we wouldn't have gotten Mansour Delane and all these guys. Well, Carter, we still suck. Yeah. Could you imagine if Mansour Delane wasn't on our team? Like, really envision that if Mansour Delane wasn't on that team. I'll tell you one thing, we're not beating Arkansas. That is not hyperbole. We are not beating Arkansas. He won us that game. Okay. Are we beating Clemson? I don't know. Are we beating South Carolina? Probably, but he closed the door on that game. Yeah, we just went through that FACP, but thank you. What a freaking day. Yeah. Kenny would win pretty big with that money. Okay. Kenny would win pretty big with that. Mansour to lockdown. Y'all think we could make 4 hours again? We can go another 90 minutes. Ah, dude. Yes. Okay, yes, he does. Once again, if you're Ole Miss, you are so stupid to not try and get Lane to coach the rest of everything. I understand that is the coldest take that I will give. You are dumb if you don't let Lane coach this entire thing. Okay? Now, I will also say, some of the Dellenger stuff that was in that report we touched on yesterday, and a lot of that stuff was in the Dellenger report earlier this week. It's just an updated report. Because honestly, there's really not a whole lot that's changed for LSU. It just seems like that because, Ole Miss has had so many moving parts this week. Okay. And then, of course, there have been a few other like LSU things that have happened. What is a word we can use to take shots? You can take any shot you want. But if I'm Ole Miss, I'm definitely letting Lane coach this Egg Bowl. Because the playoff committee, even without Lane, they're not going to not let them in the playoff. Okay. Roby! Everybody's like, do you really think Ole Miss can let this sit for 8 days? Hell yeah. You got a game to win. You understand how much money the city of Oxford makes if they host one playoff game? Hell, they might make the SEC championship. This is interesting. Do I think Knox Kiffin winning tonight in their playoff game will hurt Lane being at LSU? No. It's interesting. So, one reason why I would think that it doesn't affect it is because Knox is a pretty well-rounded kid in terms of media interviews. There was a pretty big kerfuffle with Adam Gorney of Rivals. He interviewed Knox and asked him questions about his dad's future and stuff like that, and it pissed a lot of people off. And it's something I probably wouldn't have done, but to each their own. And he handled that well. And then you had Knox doing the troll-ish kind of post earlier today, which I didn't think was that big of a deal. I posted it because I thought it was funny. And I thought it was interesting. The LSU subliminal message. So, I think for Knox, he understands the game. Good to see you, Rowie. And we get a super chat from a Michigan man. Let's go. Follow my guy, James Yoder. I know not everybody in Michigan likes Yoder, but Yoder and I are pretty close. I hope Lane chooses LSU and makes CFB better. And tell Yoder I sent you. Yoder owes me a lot of money, too. A lot. True story. Yoder tried to. Well, actually, I won't share that because it's business. You follow Yoder? Okay. Tell Yoder I sent you. But yes, I agree with you, Brian. I think he's definitely coaching in the Egg Bowl. Well, who knows on Monday? I'm telling you right now, if I am Ole Miss and Lane already says, "Hey, I'm taking this," you still got to let him coach that damn Egg Bowl. At least. I kind of want. I do. I kind of want to break the 4-hour mark again tonight. I do not mind. Let's go to JJ Trucking. That's a good photo. You got the kiddos. There you go. I don't think he goes to LSU. That place is a show. The firing of BK and all that drama. He would be a moron to go to that dumpster fire that is LSU. Oh boy, you call LSU a dumpster fire. Well, guess what? I would agree with you. I mean, I think many people described LSU a few weeks ago as a dumpster fire. Okay. But guess what? You know what? Attractive people, talented people, you know what they are oftentimes attracted to? Dumpster fires. Toxic situations. I could fix them. And Lane can fix LSU. We have the infrastructure. We have the vision. We have the talent. We have all those different things. Who cares if it's a little toxic? Okay? I don't give a damn. Speaking of toxic, I learned today one of our PHL super reviewers, Jordan, has a connection to Britney Spears. And if you were to ask me what is the best Britney Spears song of all time, I would say It's not toxic. It's the song that is also titled by Kelly Clarkson and Kanye West. It is stronger. Stronger than yesterday. My loneliness ain't killing me no more. 4 hours. Let's go. Lock the freak in. I'm going to need to get another seltzer. I'm not really a seltzer guy, but these Scarlet Letter ones, these are the ones I chugged after they used my my name. Or they used my voice for Wit Week's. They used my voice for a Wit Week's hype video after the Arkansas game. Probably a top 5 moment in my LSU media career. Might have gotten a little happy. And probably shouldn't say this, but if Lane comes back, you could see Wit Weeks in a different jersey number next year. For the purple and gold. And I'm not talking about the Vikings because that jersey number is worn by Justin Jefferson. Okay? And I'm not talking about the Ravens. I don't know who wears number 18 for the Ravens. Devin Duvernay. But for obvious reasons, Witt could run it back. Could spin the block. Okay? Let's go to Paul. It's an interesting question. Why is LSU the only camp leaking numbers of the contract offer? Ole Miss and Florida remain silent. Well, why would it be leaked? It's a good question. It's because this is getting really serious. Do you really think Ross Dellenger doesn't know what Florida was bringing to the table? It's not far off from that. Okay. And that's not only me, that's also some of Dellenger's reporting. Those specific numbers weren't released. But yeah. It's a good question, though. Friday Night Freak Show tonight. I am on a different freaking level right now. I've related a few times that I would talk about Western Kentucky. I can't do that right now. And that goes against everything I am because I like to live in the present. And speaking of, right on cue, I got the over for LSU tomorrow. $1,000 you put down on the over? The team total or the game over? When LSU's been an under machine. JJ Trucking, you're a Gator. I should have freaking known. Oh, man, and you had me sold because your avatar is it's so great. It's so heartwarming. We always shout out the super dads, and I don't know if these are your kids or not. I would think. We always appreciate the super dads. I'm a big believer that fathers, yes, you fathers, you are the true difference makers in our societies. You are the ones that can make America better, right? Raise our kids the way you want to raise them, obviously, but you reveal yourself as a Florida Gator fan. Oh, my goodness. You got to look in your truck mirror every single day and you say, goodness gracious, I'm a Florida Gator. I hate that for you. And the worst city in the SEC is Gainesville. I'm just telling you. And you follow up. Florida met with Lane last night. Next Saturday, he will be a Gator, and they'll announce it at the O-Dome where they just canceled a volleyball game. Oh, now that is a brag right there. It's going to be such a big event that they're going to cancel the volleyball game. They're going to get ready to serve And Lane Kiffin's going to, I'm here. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. True story. I was covering LSU volleyball. I got to do play-by-play for an LSU volleyball game. And it was LSU versus Florida. And I might have just been, I called a few volleyball games. So I might have just been there covering it as media or whatever. And there was a girl just dominating out there for Florida. And it was Doc Rivers' daughter. I mean, she was a beast volleyball player at Florida. Totally random. So what is he? You're going to cost me to lose some viewers here. Because no one, if people in here are like, why would I even talk about LSU versus Western Kentucky? But we normally do it. We normally do it on Thursdays lives. LSU Western Kentucky, the over-under is set at 50.5. LSU has been an under machine this year. And you're betting $1,000 on the over? That means you got it up there in wherever you said you live, Wilmington, North Carolina. It's funny. William is also in North Carolina. You know who else is in North Carolina? Petey Pablo, North Carolina. Come on and raise ya. Let's go. 22.5 points LSU is favored over a Western Kentucky team that's only lost 2 games. They went to Ruston. They already have a victory in Louisiana. I watched this game. They beat Louisiana Tech on the final play in overtime. It was a great play. 22.5. I don't know if I can get there on the over. I don't know if I can. But you do you, my brother. Auburn 27.5 point favorites over Mercer. This has always been kind of a weak look ahead spot here for Auburn. Give me Mercer, the Bears, or whatever they are. One sharp play has been Florida at 4.5. Now it's down to 3.5. If it gets down to 2.5, I'll probably take the Vols. I don't think it's going to get down to 2.5. If it did, it would go right back up to 3.5. Obviously, weekday in the SEC. Outside of them Hogs going to Austin. Win or lose. I like that. I hope they win. So the Super Chat. I hope this is a high scoring game for the Super Chats. My thing is, I might go opposite you because I couldn't middle it. Because I know if you go over, you're going to be dropping them Van Lathan Hundo Super Chats in here. Hello, good to see you. That's kind of funny. He already has two L's versus Michigan. That is funny. Okay. If I win, I'll spread the wealth. I appreciate that. I hope you haven't already placed a bet. I would not place that bet. I just would not do it. But who knows? By the way, if LSU I don't know, like one thing that's kind of interesting about the word finalized in Ross Dellenger's report is it makes me believe more so that this is agreed upon, right? Because it's not as like I said, it's not as if Dellenger doesn't know the Florida numbers. I don't know. I'm not believing anything. I'm going to keep my take on that a little bit further. That and the Matt Zenitz wording yesterday was crazy. Went to the game last Saturday. Had a great time. Once again, if he's watching, he watches silently in the background quite a bit. Shout out to the Pyburn family for hosting me last week. Okay. Was JJ alive the last time Florida Gator football was relevant? I hope so. If he has 3 kids, that would be pretty crazy if he wasn't. But yeah. I mean, what? Florida was relevant in 2020. Ashdog LSU says, is it not one person paying Brian Kelly the whole buyout? Okay, that was one report from a very reputable reporter, but I do think it's a little bit different because what I think could have happened is there were so many reports out there from various people that Brian Kelly's buyout was already down to like 20 million and 30 million, and boosters read, and you would be shocked. Like, obviously these boosters make more in an hour than I'm worth. Okay. But they watch me. Like, it's the weirdest thing. These are millionaires. Okay. Millionaires. Some are cajillionaires. But they follow Twitter and all the other stuff. So what plausibly could have happened is, yeah, Booster agreed to just saying, hey, we could pay this full 54 million and just get it over with. But then they could say, hey, hold on, we can cut this down for you potentially. But something else that could have happened is a Booster read, oh, it's only 20 million. F it, I got it. No, it's reduced to 30 million. I got it. It's reduced by 44%. Oh, I got it. Oh, JJ, dude. Bro. Yeah, you can't come in here. I know you're new here, but there will be no Pyburn slander on here. Now, ask anyone. I have been fair when breaking down Jack's film, but Jack's been on the channel. He's become a friend of the channel. Jack's a great guy. And I don't give a damn if you consider him a snake when there's a gajillion different kids doing the same damn thing that he's doing. And you know that he's not a freaking snake. Okay? Nobody loved Florida more than that kid loved Florida. Nobody. Okay? Like, it's nonsense. Well, if he really loved Florida, he would have stayed. No, he wanted to play. And he did not take the most money to be at LSU. So maybe that says more about your school than anything else. But I'll keep my mouth shut on that. Because then it's coming off bias, which it kind of is. But, you know, Jack's been a very good Tiger and a very great guy. Not a snake, though. I'm okay if Lane stays at Ole Miss. It'll hurt, though, if he chooses Florida over us. LSU is much better, and it's not relatively close. Got to be us if he's leaving Oxford. We don't promise playing time. You got to earn it. Yeah, that's part of every kid's decision. Playing time. Okay? Is Jack Pyburn going to play over Tyreek Sapp? Probably not. Tyreek Sapp's really good. If Jack was sitting right here, he would tell you the same thing, that Tyreek Sapp is a very good player. Okay? But there's plenty of guys that go from one school to the other just for playing time reasons, and they're still good players. Jameson Williams couldn't see the field at Ohio State. He goes to Alabama. He's great. Drew Sanders was in Alabama. Couldn't play for Dallas Turner. Couldn't play for Will Anderson. Goes to Arkansas. So, just because you move because you want more playing time, it's not the worst thing. And this is also the same for a kid that I interviewed as well, Lance Hurd. Lance, part of why Lance left is playing time. He wasn't going to start at tackle. We had Emory Jones and Will Campbell. But this isn't a Jack Pyburn chat. Okay. NC State game is lit. It is kind of lit. It's amazing how many times Florida State has had to play on Friday nights. I've shared this plenty of times, but I think there's a disadvantage of playing on Friday nights. Part of why you should be watching this, though, is the quarterback for NC State. Oh, my God. Thank you, P. Foy. Oh, my goodness. All right, last thing, and this will be the last time, JJ Trucking, because I'll block you if you keep bringing this up, because this isn't a Jack Pyburn chat. I'm not gonna block you just for talking against someone. Jack and I wouldn't consider us like best friends or whatever, but I like him a lot. His dad's one of my talked to him more than most people this year. Okay, but if he would have stayed at Florida, he would have had a career outside of football. We know he not making the league, and now he's stuck with you guys. Well, he's already. Well, I'm not going to get into a few things that I know that's already going on with him regarding the next level. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he's the next Myles Garrett, or he's like an Abdul Carter type of prospect, or even Tyreek Sapp, or Caleb Banks, or whoever you want to talk about at Florida, Javon Curse, if you will. But out of all human beings, for you to talk about in terms of post-playing career people, he is probably the last person to reference that if you knew anything about the guy. Okay, and there's plenty of players that are like that, right? But he's fine. Okay, I could say with near gazillion % certainty. Now, I think he's going to play in the NFL. I do. Well, now, is he going to get drafted? I don't know. I would say I'm going to be cheering for him, like I'll be cheering for another guy that is, has been on the channel, and his father's a big supporter, Gabriel Relaford. So, like, it's one of those things. I feel like I've been fair in my Jack commentary this year. Okay. But let's talk about Florida. Everyone's talking about there's no way Florida State just fumbled the punt. You have got to be kidding me. I know a lot of you are watching in the background. And my Pelicans are down by 3 to the damn Mavericks. Oh, it was a fair catch, too. Why? Squirrel White did it. Oh, man, it was Squirrel White. It was Squirrel White, the Tennessee transfer, who got trampled versus Virginia. But my goodness gracious. I want to, we're going to keep it mostly LSU focused. Okay. Hell yeah, we're still alive. Knox going off. Let's go, Knox. I'm fully invested in Knox's career. I'm going to collect his cards, all of it. It's 11 o'clock on the East Coast, and you're watching me. Go to bed then. Go to bed. Go watch Stadium and Gale. Go watch some other. Go watch some Florida shows. But here's one thing I would say about the Florida Gators, and it has no effect on the Lane job, but it was brought up by a commenter. How does Jabbar Jaluka, Louisiana native, by the way, he's one of ours, hit an LSU Tiger and not get fired on the spot? I don't know if this is a screaming hot take, if you will, but I don't care if you're Nick freaking Saban. You should never be allowed to punch an opposing team's player or hit an opposing team's player in the face, if you want to be technical. Okay? Am a cat, you're right. I am a closet Vol. Not afraid to admit it. Love them Vols, baby. VFLs. Don't hate on my breed, baby. I'm a VFL. Oh man. Not like Tennessee. I would probably say they're my number 2 team. I mean, their fan base has taken me in on the SEC channel, so why does everyone thinks this falls through? Well, it's LSU. I mean, this is our team. This is our livelihoods. This is what we care about the most. Of course, we're going to be nervous to the bitter end. But I really don't get how you could hit somebody in the face, a sophomore, if you will, and still like have a career after that. It should be a minimum like 1 year suspension. Once again, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a good precedent to set. Hey, it's not just a suspension for 3 games. And look, I'm going through this with one of my favorite players of all time. Jamar Chase spat on another football player last weekend. That's unacceptable. You shouldn't do that. Spitting is the worst thing you can do to another man. I really do think like getting punched in the face, that's still worse than like actually getting spat on. But depending on how hurt you are, spitting, I do just getting spat. It's crazy. Now, Jamar's not the only one who's done it. But you just, there's some things you just don't do. And trust me, I think Jamar would say that he hated that he did that. Tyron Matthew talked about that on his on the show the other day. What a freaking day, bro. God. Mm. I love when people start trying to guess sources. That's one of my favorite things. Let me throw this out here. We talked about the Arkansas opening a minute ago. You and I'm not going to say who the favorite is, okay? But which of these names would you hire if you're Arkansas? Matt Campbell, Alex Golsh, Eric Morris, John Summerall, Will Stein. And you don't have to know all those names. Give me your best let's go. Give me your best let's go. You got to spell it right there. Here's the problem with this. Sugar Shane, the OG. Okay. Here's the problem. And I think I know who this is, actually, now that I think about it. You can't have a podcast named All Things Go, spelled correctly, Geaux, and then spelled Go, Go. Okay. Yeah, I knew it was. Good to see you. All Things Go. Let's go. I understand why it was spelled like that, though. I'll tell you. I'll explain it here in a second. Okay. Titus says Dabo Swinney interviewed for the Arkansas job. I went on a rant about that. That's not true. It might be true. I'm never going to say no. I'm not Dabo. Okay. But the reason that's spread is that a guy who looked credible enough shared that. Okay. Which is something. Okay. Arkansas and Dabo, though, would everyone would think that would fit, but I don't think that it would. I think people's perception of Arkansas makes you think that would fit, but I don't think that would fit. I really don't. Braden, we're not talking Pels tonight. I'm kind of sour about the Pels because I had a chance to go to the game tomorrow. But I couldn't because LSU's playing and I have a college basketball game I have to call in the morning. And there's nothing more I love than going to the Pelicans games with my father. Nothing. Let's go to Robert. Buddy and Mike were hugging Lane's nutsack. Robert says they were hugging Lane's things that hang down from your midsection. I don't know if they do for Lane or not. Not my business. But you were saying Buddy and Mike were hugging their things. And you're Robert Smith, former Minnesota Vikings running back Robert Smith. That's a very graphic way to explain that. Okay. But guess what, Robert? This is the God's honest truth. Whether you want to describe it as that, or if you want to describe it as glazing, or if you want to describe it as whatever, we're all doing that because that's our number one candidate, and we're trying to make it work. You know? Amicat, just strap in, bro. Yeah, it's true. You're in a good position if you're LSU. Okay, the problem here with Ole Miss is that even if Lane stays, this you do kind of lose in this, knowing that if Alabama does open up or an NFL job opens up, he's looking, right? So if you're LSU, if you don't land him, there's other guys that you could get that could come in and win. Okay. All right. So NC State's going for it on 4th and 6. They're winning 14-11. And analytically, it is right to go for it, even though they're about to have to call timeout here. You should go for it here. And they are, okay? And they get it. Oh, they got it. What a freaking catch, Seven. What a freaking snag. That is really good coaching by Dave Doran of NC State. They're lining up to kick the field goal, but you should always go for it. Now, could there be some nefarious reasons why they went for this? Yeah. Did Dave Doran have the point spread here? Let's see. No, FSU was favored by 6.5. Oh, man. I was getting 5.5 with NC State and a bowl-eligible game at home at Carter Finney Stadium with the better quarterback and better coach. Why didn't I hop on this? Oh, man. I would have thought NC State would have been favored. Holy crap. But no, if you're up 3 and you have to choose between kicking a field goal and going for the touchdown, I don't want to lose all my viewers, but I can explain the math behind it. Okay. So it was a tough conversion. So it was 4th and 6. But there's a few things you have to factor in. Got a fun guest lining up. He joined us earlier this week. So it's one of 3 people joining us here in a moment. So the first thing is 4th and 6 is not a high conversion rate. I would guess 4th and 6 converts like 30% of the time. All right. So you have a 30% chance, a 1 in 3 chance to win the game. Then you have to factor in what a field goal actually does to the game. So you're kicking a field goal to go up by 3 to up by 6. All right. So if you're up by 4, you're automatically probably kicking the field goal to go up 7. But if you're kicking a field goal up by 3 to go up by 6, you're guaranteeing a win or lose proposition for Florida State. So where the math actually changes, and it's not quite math, it's also like logic and game theory, if you will, is that Florida State's play calling goes from being more conservative, knowing that I only need a field goal, to now if I'm down by 6, I need a full touchdown, right? So The only way that the game ends is either I win or I lose. If I kick the field goal, there's an extra option. You can win, or if I go for it and I don't get it, I could still win the game. I could still tie the game to go into overtime, or I can outright end the game right now, where my win probability goes up to 99%, basically. It's a really good decision to go for it there. All right. And once again, it comes down to your risk tolerance. Okay. Not a lot of coaches would have done it. You know a coach that would have gone for it? I think you guys know the answer. And the reason I go on that rant is because we just did a long video on Lane Kiffin and fourth down decision making. Okay. Where have you been, Dante? Where the hell have you been, dude? Dave Dorn, an old school boomer coach, goes for it. What a dude. He's such a good coach. NC State is lucky to have him. Now, for a fan, it sucks that they got it because obviously you're Anthony, let's go. Mm. Oh, so you're actually doing some real world stuff. I also think like the live stream schedule. So what time is it in Bahrain? That's crazy. Wow, so it must be 3 in the morning. Oh, sir. Oh, you're back now. Okay, I was about to say, if you're watching this in Bahrain, you're an LSU football real diehard. Lowatsky says, I go to Oregon State and we need a coach too. Lowatsky at the who's your quarterback was the Duke transfer, who was a Texas transfer. I wish Sibley was in here. He would tell me who that is. Crap, what's his name? Malik Murphy. There we go. Amakat, shh. We don't want Lane going there. God, Ole Miss fans are melting down, dude. Melting down. Dude, I gotta let's see what these responses to Keith Carter's latest tweet. Dude, I would not be tweeting out anything else other than the statement. As a Bryson Sanders, me and my guys are locked in. This is getting awful. I'm sorry. As an LSU fan, I honestly hate y'all in the least. Kiffin verbally committed to LSU according to On3. Suspend his ass. Suspend his ass. Oh man, I could tell. I could tell Hottie Toddy is at least 45 years old. That just sounds like suspend his ass. Oh man, that is so good. Dude. Oh man. Keith, I love you, but please do something. Who's going to coach the SEC championship game when Auburn and Texas both win? Hand up. I'll do it. Keith, be honest. Do we need to start a GoFundMe? Do I need to get hit by a FedEx truck? Just tell me what I need. Just tell me what you need, and I'm there. For your sake and the future of the University of Mississippi. Teeter. I know Teeter. He's an Arkansas guy. He needs to be fired with cause, but I still pledge blind allegiance to you. Okay. Matt Johnston says, I'm flabbergasted that you thought it was a good idea to hit send on that post earlier. Nut up and kick that son of a bitch out of Ox. I feel bad for you guys. Make him kick rocks immediately, Keith. Dude, who do these Ole Miss fans think they are? Dude, okay, before I read any more of these responses, let me know if you guys are liking the responses or not. Okay. Y'all, who do these Ole Miss fans think they are? Lane Kiffin was your program. You buffoons. What are you thinking? How stupid are you? I'm literally asking, how stupid are you? Like, what? Like, seriously, there still can be a decision made in your favor. I think Lane has a thick enough skin to where he's not going to let Joey 693, I'm still in my mom's basement, with an avatar of, I don't know, Dante Moncrief. I don't know if he's going to let that guy decide. All right. I am fine with them melting down. I am totally fine with that because that's what fans do. But before you press send on the athletic, I can understand replying to a reporter, but Keith Carter's reading this. Lane could see the replies to Keith Carter tweet. I don't think he's going to read the replies of a tweet of mine or anyone like that at this point. He could still sign back, even if he doesn't see it and it has no effect on it. Imagine how dumb you'll feel that the guy that turned y'all relevant, a guy that not only turned y'all relevant, he turned you cool. Ole Miss is a cool school now. You're prime time on the McAfee show every week. Come to the sip. Belt to ass. Whatever the hell you're doing. It's cool. You're cool now. You're winning games with Sage Ryan. Why in the hell are you screwing this? Like, it's not helping. It's not helping. Just shut up and have some respect for the guy that made you relevant. I truly would feel this way if all the smoke was him going to Florida. Keith, you cannot let him coach the Egg Bowl. Are you stupid, Callie, with the Trinidad flag? Are you stupid? You cannot let him coach the Egg Bowl. Silly. What? You're telling me that a game that I have a better shot of winning with my coach? I win this game, I get a home playoff game? Are you dumb? I guarantee you that all those Oxford businesses around that beautiful square that they got that sell suit coats for $575 a piece, do you think they want Lane to coach that game? You bet your ass they do. Mega Thread dogs are in the building. What's up, Fudge? Let's go. Locked up in, y'all. Locked up in. We got to hit this 4-hour mark. Y'all lock in. I'm going to be honest. I really don't think y'all are on my level right now. I kind of want to go take half a gummy right now. I'm on that level. And I'm not good when I'm gummied. Are we gummying? I don't think Hay wants me to gummy live. I get panic. I don't like that. I'm kind of in a frisky mood. God, Dave Doran is just a good football coach, dude. He did a good job telling his punter to just get that bitch off. Florida State brought everybody. I still can't believe a new PHL viewer while live on here put $1,000 on the over for tomorrow. And Florida State needs to go on ahead and just kick the field goal here. I know your field goal just shanked one, but you got to kick it because you still need time to go for it or to kick the onside. So this needs to be a quick out. Yeah. Oh, so stupid. Clock's going to run out here. If y'all are watching this, Deuce Robinson would have caught that if his own guy didn't bat it away. And Lane took the Florida Atlantic job. Sure. That's what I'm saying. ACL. Even with let's say he coaches the Egg Bowl, and then they get rid of him, and they don't let him coach, or LSU doesn't let him coach the playoff. They're not going to deny a one-loss Ole Miss team the field, especially with the blowback that they got from the Florida State debacle. They're just not going to do that. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do. You want to do gums? Huh? We're doing a gummy. No, girl. Haley's not letting me do it. Oh, okay. So arrow to the ACL says let them see Ole Miss win the Egg Bowl without Lane, then there would be no reason for the committee to leave them out the playoff. Yeah. Yeah. It's YN hours. No, I mean, I can roll. I can roll, baby. Should we let the chat know what the YNs? How many people in the chat do you think can be a YN? Oh man, that is just the best. I cannot believe I get to do this for my life. I love it. It's so funny. Yeah, Christopher Lane, we can get back into it if you want to roll it back. I don't mind. But I think most of you want to keep the Ole Miss tweets going. We can. Dude, they are letting them know. Well, look at Tanner. Tanner's a Man City fan. His opinion, oh, dude. I'm going ahead and do this. Do not want extra ball knower. I know who this is as well. Oh man. Actually, no, this is someone else. I thought it was my guy Hayes. Didn't have the kahunas to spin Lane. Yeah. What are we doing? This is a good comment for Nicole. I agree with Nicole Lynn Mary here. I've been an Ole Miss fan for 46 years. Actually, I don't think I have it on the screen. Do I have it on the screen? Let me see. Okay. I've been an Ole Miss fan for 46 years. It makes me so sad that we cannot enjoy this team's success right now. You want me to click on the DMs? See what I've been getting? No, I do not want to do that. One of which would end my life. Not in that type really, but there are some sensitive things in there. Ole Miss little B school. Imagine Bama, Ohio State, or UGA putting up with this BS. I'm embarrassed to be an alum. Well, Haleo, guess what? You are not those schools. You are not Bama, Ohio State, or UGA. And then Florida fans, except, okay. You made Lane make you look like a word I can't say. Unimaginable that you're going to let this man coach in Starkville with a playoff home game on the line while you know he's about to leave for another SEC job. Don't let you're really going to compare him to Judas? Judas Priest, but not Judas. God bless, dude. The melt, dude. Pour it in a freaking drink and let me consume it. Love it, dude. This stream is hilarious. You're dreaming if you believe Kiffin has taken your job. Well, Juan Jacoby, welcome to the channel. That's a great name, Juan. Okay. I have stated what I've stated a gazillion times over. People that are way smarter than me, way more plugged in than me, way higher on the totem pole than me are saying it's LSU. Okay. I've heard it's LSU. But my gut, and I used to have a big one, it is shrinking. For those that don't know, I ran a good 7 miles a little bit earlier. Guess what? Guess what, ladies and Gentiles? My gut is shrinking, but I have a big gut. I'm still believing Lane Kiffin is not going to LSU until he signs on that dotted line. It's one of those things where I can look super smart and look like everyone else and say this is happening. Let's bring on someone that actually has a lot of sweat equity into this. I'm just sitting here. I was in Baton Rouge last weekend, and this was the original Bush Hider. This was the original plane tracker. And I hope this launches his LSU media career to the moon. Because I will be honest, when you think of all-time great reporting, you think of Grantland Rice, you think of Woodward and Bernstein, you think of Sarah Ganem, you think of all these great reporters. But none of that pales in comparison to what this young man did today and earlier this week, tracking down the original plane that set this week into a frenzy. It's All Things Go joining us. What's up, bro?
What's up, man? How are you?
We're going to run it back. I said,
yeah.
let's spin this thing back. Now, here's a funny thing. We went for 4 hours last night. You joined us earlier this week for the Rare Monday live stream. And you actually went to this thing. I don't know if LSU fans knows what this thing's called. A basketball game. There was one of those tonight. And you went and you covered the basketball game. And I started a live stream. You're like, Carter, I can't come on. I'm covering a basketball game. And I said, bitch, we're still going to be live later. And you said, let me strap in and lock the freak in and join PHL. So how was the basketball game?
Oh, man, it was good. I mean, they definitely cleaned some things up from earlier this week that they needed to. I mean, I'd love to see a little bit more energy in the PMAC from the fans, but that's understandable with the product they've put on the floor the last few years. But hopefully we can get to that. I definitely think, without a doubt, this is Matt McMahon's most talented team since he's been here. So I really expect them to be competitive in the SEC. There's definitely some things they need to clean up, especially backcourt defense is a concern going forward. But I think that we'll have more fun this year watching the team.
They played the
Omaha.
Mavericks of Baton Rouge North, baby. Omaha. 99-73 is the score. All right, so before we get into Lane Kiffin and what else you've learned this week with some of your good reporting, answer this question. I want it to be brief because people just want to talk about football, okay? Is this team making the NCAA tournament?
Oh, man. I mean, I could see a situation where they're in that group of the last four in type of thing. I think we just need to be around 10th in the SEC. I think the SEC is a 10 bid league this year, and I think they can be around 10, and that's what they need to do.
Let's go. And I've joked about this. Matthew Brune, who you probably saw at the game, me and him are going if they're doing the first four in Dayton. That's our prediction, too. What's not my prediction? I'm not going to believe Matt McMahon actually takes us to the tournament. But more important than Lane Kiffin, I know we're just not getting to know each other. All Things Go joining us. All I care about is making the NCAA tournament. That's it. I would go to the John Brady basketball camps. I would go to the Dale Brown basketball camps. And my chubby ass would average 5 points per game in the pickup games. And I would get my participation trophy. But damn it, I care about this program. I just want to make the tournament. That's it, Matt McMahon. That's it. There's 68 teams that make it. 14 of the 16 SEC teams last year made it. I just need you in this damn tournament. But anyway, we go to Lane Kiffin. So you tracked the planes earlier this week. And what else happened this week? Was there any other things that you saw interesting in terms of tracking anything down?
Well, last night got a little crazy.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be a really boring night. I really don't want to say how much time I've spent at the airport this week.
That's fine.
But but yeah, last night got a little crazy. It was boring for a long time. I don't know what your rules are on this podcast, but can we talk about like the on-3 board?
That's fine. Like, I wouldn't. I always try and be careful about like the paywall content, but I think I'm good with the on-3. So you could share what some of the things you've shared in there. So go on ahead.
So, I mean, the board on the Ponderosa, the thread that's going on right now, it's breaking records. It's going to be the biggest thread in on-3 history and everything. And people are in there. And yeah, I've been getting a lot of flight tracking information from people on there. And I was getting ready to leave. I was giving updates constantly, what I'm seeing, and, just a bunch of planes, nothing really going on. Well, there was a plane that was off the radar, as far as I know. It was requested by the company to go off the radar from Oxford, and it landed in Baton Rouge. And I got the information like last minute that it was about to land. I'm like, holy shit, I can't leave. So this plane was like, you couldn't miss it. It was solid red with like a black tail, and then it had a big lion on it.
Yeah.
So it landed from Oxford. Well, then 10 minutes later, a plane owned by MMR landed from Nashville. The MMR, they have a hangar over on this side of the airport. But the MMR plane went over to the same hangar that the first plane from Oxford went to. So it was kind of weird. I was like, why didn't they go to the MMR hangar? Whatever. Well, 10 minutes later, a plane from Dallas landed that is owned by, can't remember the name of the company, but supposedly it was owned by a company that oversees big contractual deals and stuff like that. Landed, all went to the exact same spot, pulled up. I could see them all three together. I couldn't really see anyone getting off. I couldn't see that far. There was a guy. So where I've been sitting is kind of like an empty parking lot.
Yeah.
At that point, I was like, screw it. They might tell me to leave, but I'm moving over to this other spot. Well, there was like a gas guy filling up his truck, and he kept staring at me, and I was kind of getting a little sketched out. So I didn't want to move too much, so I turned my car off. I'm sitting there, pitch black. Some people walk out. I mean, I had no idea who they were. Did get pictures of them, whether that's right or wrong. Got pictures of them. Well, I'm like, okay, I'm sitting there 15 minutes, nothing's going on. Well, then this SUV pulls up, and I noticed the driver is wearing a suit and tie. So I'm like, oh, this is like a professional driver. Something's going on here. Let me sit here. Well, he kept going around and around. Well, he then like pulled kind of close to me, and we're both just sitting there. And I'm like looking at him, and he's looking at me, and then going back. Well, he finally pulls around like underneath the overhang where people come out of the BTR jet, and he's there for like 2-3 minutes. I can't really see him at that point. There's too many vehicles in the way.
Yeah.
Well, he pulls out like a bat out of hell. And he's going out of the BTR jet like driveway onto plank way faster than anybody I've seen go. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta go. so I start following him, and he is going so fast. We get up to Plank and Hooper and take a right.
How fast do you think he was going?
probably like 75, and then it's like 45 there. So I'm like, I'm trying to go, and we get on 110, and I kind of lost him. I lost him. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I just blew it. Well, I'm like, what do I do? So I went to football ops again. Nothing's going on at all. Nothing at
Yeah.
all. Um, I'm like, what do I do? So I'm on the board. People are telling me all this stuff, what to do, whatever. Well, I go to the Lod Cook Hotel just to see. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, they wouldn't be out front or nothing. I don't know why I did that. It
Okay, and
just looked like
before you continue, let me break down the Lod Cook Hotel. All right, I do this a lot when it's like something that and a lot of LSU people know. But all right, so Lod Cook Hotel is on LSU's campus, and it's a hotel where the powerful people stay if they're conducting LSU business, right? In other words, Joe Schmo can't just book a room at the Lod Cook Hotel for a game weekend. They might be able to for Western Kentucky, basically, but this is a place where powerful people do congregate. But keep going.
so I go there, nothing out of the ordinary. There was nothing going on in that like what is it? It's like an alumni hall or something
Yeah,
at
yeah.
the
There's a
thing. There's
hotel, and
nothing
then there's like a hall in front of it. Yes.
I did the only thing that was a little weird was there was a catering company that pulled up and they were bringing food in, but there was no lights on in there. I don't really know anything about like that could have been going on, but so I go from there. I'm like, what do I do? And I was talking to my buddy, and he was reading the board too, and they were like, maybe you should go to the governor's mansion. So I went to the governor's mansion. There's definitely something going on at the governor's mansion.
Yeah.
I don't know what. I mean, that could be a completely normal thing, but go there. Um, Sitting there, I was looking in the parking lot, like behind the gate, because it just anybody can't get in there. Looking in the parking lot, there was an SUV that looked just like that SUV. Now, this is from a distance. I don't want to sit here and say like it was the
Yeah. Well,
SUV because
yeah.
I don't know whether that's the case or not. But so I go and there's a parking lot right past it. I go into the parking lot and I'm sitting in the parking lot, like middle of the parking lot, only person there, and it's like pitch black outside. I'm like kind of just like watching my back, making sure nobody's coming up on me and stuff. I'm like, what do I do? Like, I don't know if it's time to give this up or not. So I'm sitting there. Well, an SUV comes out of the governor's mansion, pulls up right behind me, like comes into the parking lot. I'm like, what the heck? Pulls up right behind me. And I just said, oh shit. And I put my car to drive and I pulled out and I got back out on the road and I pulled out right in front of somebody intentionally. I mean, I'm sure it pissed them off, but I didn't intentionally to separate us. I got on 110, I just hauled ass and went home. And I was like, yeah, that's my call. It's time
Yeah,
to go
you're
home.
like I'm just in too deep. So
Yeah.
let me start by saying that you doing this, I will give you, you're brave. This is true boots on the ground reporting. And look, I'm open to giving young talented people all things go. So, you know, from your appearance earlier this week when you broke the story that they were coming off the plane, you know, I I honestly thought that it wasn't them, but when they came off the plane earlier this week, you're 1,000% certain that it was those three, Layla, and the Kiffins, basically. Okay,
Mm.
all right. So now you see this plane with this huge line on it. Okay, then you see the MMG plane, and by the way, the MMG plane is basically the LSU business plane. The MMG plane is LSU doesn't have a private jet per se, but it's a booster's plane. That's correct, right? The MMG plane.
Yeah. MMR.
MMR,
Yeah,
excuse me.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, they use it a lot. Actually have a buddy. Well, I have a buddy who knows a buddy that can get a little bit of information on the flights. Really can't go into any more details than that.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
um, so so they have four planes here that they use. And basically, it was confirmed to me that they will not use the same tail number as the one on Monday whenever they do get him. And from
Right.
what I've been told, when he finally does come, he will be coming from Memphis. But yeah, the LSU uses the MMR plane all the time to answer your question.
Okay. Yes. So basically, everything that you saw yesterday, you're just reporting everything that you saw. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of details that does make you, raise your eyebrows. If anything, it's interesting. But there's nothing you witnessing that. There's nothing you could just conclude based on what you saw
No,
objectively.
no, nothing I can conclude. I do have assumptions, but
Right. But
nothing I can conclude.
you can say that you didn't see Jimmy Sexton or anyone like that.
No, I did not see Jimmy Sexton.
Okay. All right, it's about to say. All right. If you saw him, then you literally broke something like big. I find this to be interesting. Now, outside of all of that you witnessed yesterday, is there anything else regarding that before I ask you something else that you feel is pertinent?
No, I was at the airport again today. Nothing of interest. Oh, I actually, now that I think about it, and it could be for the soccer team, so there's not really anything, but an MMR plane. So they had two planes sitting, or they had one plane sitting out. It was sitting right where the plane that the Kiffins came on was sitting. Then they pulled another plane out of the hangar and like lined it up across. So they were pointing at each other like this. And so then another plane came out of the hangar, an SUV came, and I'm watching them, and I think it might have been Michael Bonnet because he was wearing a purple shirt. He had the same haircut, the gray pants. Well, LSU Plus posted on Twitter today a picture, and it was like three pictures, and there was one of Michael Bonnet at the airport at that hangar, and like that's exactly what I saw. I can actually send you the pictures if you want. And that was heading to Nashville. So I'm about 90% sure that Michael Bonnet was the man that I saw on the plane.
Okay. And Michael Bonnet, sports information director, great guy. I know Bonnet, but uh, that's very interesting. I appreciate your hard worked reporting here this week. So is there anything else that you found interesting outside of your plane reporting? I know you and I have exchanged info as far as like backup plans to Lane Kiffin, and Eli Drinkwitz and all of that. Is there anything else regarding Lane that you have found to be interesting in your reporting this week?
No, outside of I mean, we talked about it the other day. I I talked to Mincy probably hourly, maybe a little less, but I talk to him pretty frequently, and he's been extremely confident this entire process. And he's told me a bunch of times if he's not staying, it's Florida. And I'm like, well, I'm hearing a lot of different things, and he's like, it's all just smoke. There, don't believe
Really?
anything
So
like that.
so so Ben Mintz is telling you, and Ben's a friend of mine as well. So Ben's at Barstool Sports, and very talented guy. I think probably a good chunk of my audience knows Mincy. So Mincy's thinking that this is going to be Florida.
Well, he didn't think he was leaving. He said if he does leave, it's
Okay, if he
Florida.
does leave, he thinks it's going to be Florida.
This is what he's been telling me for weeks, and he has
Interesting.
never changed his stance. And then today, he texted me. Um, I woke up to a text from him. He said, "Okay, legitimately worried." He said, uh, "I was like, for Florida or LSU?" And he's like, "LSU." And he's like, "My high ups are panicking." So I mean, take that for what it is. Uh, some people, I mean, I'm seeing some comments about him, um, but he does have legit connects at both places. So, I mean, I think that I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but that's what he told me.
Yeah, he definitely. I think most can deduce that he has high level connects at Ole Miss. But that is so interesting. That is so interesting. I love me some Ben Mintz. The chat, Alex says Mincy doesn't know Shiite. I don't. Here's the thing about old Mincy, man. Everyone thinks he doesn't know anything. Mintz is sharp, man. Mintz is sharp. I think he just kind of leans into it a good bit at Barstool. But Mintz and I would do radio segments a lot together when he was doing radio in North Louisiana. Um, anything else that you find to be interesting? You know, the Dellenger report comes out this week, uh, or this week today. Is there anything else that you found to be fascinating regarding that, or anything with Lane?
No, I mean, I know people have said that it's not true, but I think they signed an MOU last night.
So you're joining the group of people, and you're not the only one. I'm gonna tell you this: you're not alone. I'm just not confident enough to say that until I see it, until it's announced. But you think he signed?
I think he signed an MOU. I don't think he signed a contract. So
Okay.
I mean, I guess he could still change his mind, but I think that you're gonna see Florida interviewing some people this week, and that's gonna get out, and I think that's gonna tell you everything you need to know.
This is interesting, man. Number one, I appreciate your effort, but number two, it's I don't know how this is going to end. Do you think Lane Kiffin coaches the Egg Bowl?
I don't know. I mean, I can understand why Ole Miss would want him to. Um, I think that it gives them a week to do some background work. Get a lot further with candidates. You could almost announce your guy or shortly after it all comes out, and it just makes the brand look better. It's like, yeah, we lost our coach, but we got this coach like pretty quickly, I think. And I mean, I also think that he could have just possibly talked him into it today. I mean, I think he does love this team, and I think he loves Ole Miss. I don't think he wants to burn them in any way, and I think that that was probably conveyed throughout the week and today especially. And I just could see it. I don't know. I think like as hard as it is to do, and it won't be on good terms, but I think that they're trying to leave each other on the best terms they possibly can, because I think there's a lot of respect to go around.
Any other openings you're willing to predict?
Mm. No, I mean, if Ole Miss wasn't gonna open, I would say Summerall to Auburn. Um, but with that opening, I think that they're both gonna be going after him. Um, Outside of that, I don't know. I mean, I think we're getting another opening after tonight's game. I know you were watching it, so
Yeah.
that'll be interesting to see where they kind of fall in the pecking order as far as where they're viewed, as prestige and everything.
Mm. This is so interesting to me. Holy crap. I can't believe it. I'm talking to the guy himself. All things go. Working his way up the journalism ladder. Credentialed LSU basketball reporter. I appreciate your coverage. Um, your predictions for LSU Western Kentucky tomorrow are what?
Oh man, I hope we get the offense rolling a little better. I don't know. I mean, it's such a strange thing. I mean, you're going into your third game with the new play caller. So hopefully, things are clicking. They're getting kinks worked out. It's just a lot more smooth because, I mean, there's still a ton to play for, and you can also play spoiler next week for Oklahoma. So I I, I hope that they just come out and look like they're playing Western Kentucky, like how you'd expect an LSU team to look against them.
I just saw that you are a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan.
Oh, how'd you see that?
Now I could just tell. I could look at you in the face and tell you
Oh
that
yeah.
that I could spot a Buccaneers fan from a mile away. Are you a Bucs fan?
Oh yeah, diehard Bucks fan.
Why?
Oh, I've been a Bucks fan my whole life.
Was the
Uh,
work done? I mean, what if you're a Louisiana guy?
um, well, so probably my favorite LSU player all time was Michael Clayton, and he got
Oh, okay, that
drafted.
makes sense.
Uh, he got drafted, and then it just kind of stuck. I mean, I guess when like growing up, like I was a Rams fan because my family is from up there, from St. Louis,
Right, okay.
and it was fun back then with the greatest show on turf and everything. So I like the Rams, but then once Michael Clayton went there, it was done. And then once he left the team, it became stronger. It was like, oh, I love this team. It's not a player, you know. And then it was not fun, but it was worth it for a long time. It was not fun at
Yeah, I
all.
mean, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna kick your Mecca Buka loving ass out of here. Well, I can't believe I had an NFC South rival on my show. I cannot believe that nonsense.
uh,
Emeka Egbuka, he's a real deal. He's a good
yeah.
football player. He's a really good
Mhm.
football player. But shout out to you. I'm a fan of Baker. I'm a fan of you. I'm a fan of yours. And keep us updated on everything. We'll have you on again pretty soon. Make sure you check them out. All things go. I'm always happy to see people out there doing some hard work, man. Good stuff. And we need to get Ben was. I tried to get Ben on for Ole Miss week. I don't know. I don't know if you would touch an LSU channel. We need to get old Mincy on. I think if you were on here as well, that would get him over them because y'all are boys.
Yeah, I think there'd be a good shot of that. I think I could talk to him.
Yeah, and I wouldn't do it when like actually no, I'd kind of want to do it if it actually did happen. Um, but there you go, because I've done a gazillion radio segments with that guy, and then he blew up, and I was like, well, you go do your thing. And you want to do it? I know he does like his daily show now, um,
Hmm.
but yeah, man. Well, keep us up to date with everything, Shane, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
Will do. Expect some more pictures from the airport soon.
Okay. Make sure y'all go follow him. Okay. Thank you so much. Allthingsgo.com. Check him out, and shout out to On Three. I didn't know he was a big. Actually, it kind of makes sense, right? That On Three message board apparently is a legendary. I haven't read it. Now, a few of you have sent me screenshots of it, and that's no disrespect to Shay, who I adore, and then Brune, who I really adore. It's been on the channel a few times, which Shane doesn't know. I don't think he's still watching. I'm going to send him a Michael Clayton autograph card, and he doesn't know it yet. I just got to find a way to stalk his address. Jay Addison wants T-Bob on here. It's partially my fault. Part of why I never, and I've asked T-Bob a few times, it's just not been able to work out. But because my shows are so late, I hate asking someone that does a morning show to jump on a night show. That's the last thing that they want to do, especially if they have family and kids and all of that. I get it. Okay. But yeah, you have to sympathize for the morning show, folks. mean, I think Mike Norvell might be left on the tarmac. Okay. So look, it's kind of interesting how so many of these games that we have been a part of in the early portions of the season have turned out so the programs have turned out so rancid, right? It's truly amazing. It really is truly amazing. Florida State, obviously, we played them in both season openers, and obviously everything has gone to you know what. Then, of course, we get into USC. Obviously, they got it rolling now. We'll see what they do tomorrow. So yeah, they play Oregon, and then you have Clemson. I have two different comments regarding LSU with that. Is obviously those Florida State teams were all-time great teams. I mean, that was healthy, arguably their best team ever. A team that should have got into the playoff anyway. So, many would say it's the Jimbo team or the Peter Warrick team, but you can make a case that the Jared versus Braden Fisk, Keon Coleman, Florida State team is really good. Whatever the case may be, the first thing is one thing about Lane that makes me like him so much is that I know that Lane is not QB dependent. And one uncomfortable conversation that's not been had for a lot of these coaches is how many times have you won games without your guy there? Okay. What was Ed Orgeron post Joe Burrow? Wasn't that great? Now, Joe Burrow not being there was not the main reason that he lost, but there was a downturn. What was Mike Norvell after Jordan Travis? Remember, eyes up here. Norvell to Alabama was something. Okay, it was out there. So what I would ask you to do is take a look at some of these sexy head coaching names that are out there and ask yourself, what are they without this QB there? And there's quite a few of these names that you can point to, right? There's Brent Key. What is he at Georgia Tech without Haynes King, who is a very good college quarterback? What is Clark Lee without Diego Pavia, who himself is a very good college quarterback? What is Kenny Dillingham without Sam Levitt? It's a little bit different for these guys because they are younger. They haven't really had the opportunity to be a head coach without those guys. So that is important to include in this conversation. So we don't know what they would be. But with Lane, what I can tell you is this. They're probably not a one-loss team with Simmons. They're probably more of a three-loss team. That's still really good. Okay. But he's not just Jackson Dart. He won big with Matt Corral. What has Matt Corral done in the NFL? And there's so many players on his team that were cast-offs at their last spot. And he makes them work. He makes them work. And look, Kawan Lacey was a backup to barely ever get playing time. And there's more to that than him not getting carries. But 19 touchdowns? Now, it'd be different if you think Kawan Lacey is Darren McFadden or Mark Ingram or someone like that. If you think he's that good, then Yeah, he's that dude. But do you think that that's more Lacey or do you think that's more Lane? Okay. Burger Man Bob, welcome to PHL. All right. I got to call you out for this, Burger Man Bob. First off, why is your avatar a Burger Man with one of my headsets? I kind of look like your avatar right now. Why is that? And then the second thing, normally it's the grandpa sending you fake news or some AI article. You know the AI articles your grandpas and grandmas are sending you. Reba McEntire is opening for Lil Jon to raise money for the tornado that hit Topeka or whatever. And they've raised $75 million in a once-in-a-lifetime concert in Saudi Arabia. Send! But it's you, Burger Man Bob, and it wasn't a fake news. I haven't seen the On3 tweet. We only put up the Dellenger tweet. And you texted your grandpa. All right, think about Burger Man's grandpa, Whopper Sr., receiving that message. And he opens that up. And he has a heart attack. And then the Burger Man family is sad. So check in on Grandpa right now, okay? Because you've got to get your ish together, bro. Jay Addison, dude. Jared is coming in. I don't want hype or drink anywhere near LSU. Dude, I totally forgot about the Marcel Reed thing. You are so right about that. Wasn't he committed to Ole Miss? Yes. Okay, so originally committed to Ole Miss. All right. It's 4 hours into this. We did hit the 4 hour mark. And we referenced the Quinshon Judkins tweet. Quinshon was a 3-star. Okay. And there's that iconic photo of Lane watching him from the stand. Dude, he's a special coach. And the thing about this, okay, is Lane is like the poster child for a deeper discussion when it comes to coaching. And it's this word that we all like to associate with a lot of different things in entertainment. It's nepotism. Because there are all-time great coaches whose sons get jobs and they're not great coaches. They just get jobs because of it. But some of it, might be genetics. Some of it might be just, you're the son of this person. But there are more coaches, nepotism hires that are like, damn, they actually are geniuses, right? Like Shanahan obviously is the one that comes to mind. You have Adelman in the NBA right now. Some of them aren't. Like Luke Walton was not a great coach, but he was a good player, but not a good coach. So I think it is still hit or miss, whatever. But Lane is truly a special football coach. It's just the truth. Like you normally know if something's special pretty quickly. Okay. I don't think I'm a special talent athletically. I think I'm special at doing this, or at least I think I am. Will I be on college game day one day? I don't know. Or big noon kickoff or any of those places. I don't know. I like to think that I will be. Let's go to Caleb. Bro, do you think our info leaking means it's over? I'm not going to say it's over because over means it's signed. But yes, that is a step in the right direction. Okay. When you read the word finalized, all right, finalized is normally a word that is going to associate with that guy's taking that job, or zeroed in. That's normally one that's going to associate with this guy's taking that job. Okay. Tosh.0 is our next coach. Oh, Tosh.0. He's still touring. Mm. I want to get a coach who can get the band to play neck. That's a crazy photo you have right there. Oh, man. Yo, I'm telling you right now. Oh, you want me to stream until it goes down? Well, then I'm just going to tell you it's finalized. He's already signed the deal. Okay. Oh, my favorite number 2. We can go Ruben Randall. We can go Justin Jefferson. Outside of LSU, it's clearly Derek Sanderson Jeter, born in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Favorite food, chicken parmesan. On 3's newest post says, Florida, LSU, and Ole Miss are all going to offer 13-14 AAV and $25 million in NIL. Now I didn't. She didn't have any gummies for me. I didn't get the gum. And I wanted one. If I will drop my location in the chat right now, if someone can deliver me a gummy with a 12-pack of Oreos. It's got to be double stuffed though. None of that extra BS though. Just straight up double stuff. Goes Seth Wensing. Carter would love to talk to you about how J-Rod is the best player in the country with you and do a film breakdown. Excited for the potential hire we're about to make. All right, it's late. Why am I thinking you're talking about the outfielder for the Mariners? J-Rod has to be somebody LSU related. Unless you're an SEC viewer, Seth. You might be a Power Hour SEC viewer. Which, by the way, I appreciate all the SEC viewers, Power Hour SEC viewers. The only thing I care about outside of Lane signing this contract is that we sell Zion for as much as we can so we can build around Derek Queen. Oh, okay. The Texas Tech linebacker. All right, so what all has he done? All right. So he, first off, they've told us a gazillion times he's married, so congrats on the sex. And then the second thing, of course, he's a linebacker. He's a Wildcat quarterback. He has all these turnovers. And, you know, the reason why I led with the married thing is this feels Manti Te'o-ish a little bit in terms of he is the best linebacker on the best team in the Big 12, that in that conference, you're obviously not playing the same talent you would be playing in the SEC. So the question would be, is how different is J-Rod from someone like CJ Allen of Georgia? 10 is a good linebacker number, though. I'll tell you that. You know, I'll be the first to tell you, I'm mostly focused on the SEC. I don't do any film breakdowns of Texas Tech. You know, one thing that is heavily in his favor, and this was the thing that Teo had at Notre Dame, is that Notre Dame defensive line was really good, and Texas Tech's defensive line is ridiculous. They are the best defensive line in the country. So you have the benefit of having a defensive line that's so unfreaking believably good, and you're able to clean up all the scraps behind it. But honestly, he does do everything well. I mean, just an unlimited bit I've watched him. Now, should he win the Heisman? All right, so you say he is the best player in the country. Okay. So is he the best player in the look what you did. The J-Rod, no one wants to have the J-Rod for Heisman talk. Okay. His first step in pass coverage is sex. There you go. I like it. But yeah, I got to get all. I did see a pretty intense drop off in viewers when I got into that. Oh yeah, you're the coach. Okay, the Khalid Lockett guy. What is Khalid Lockett? I don't think he's done anything. Our T. Higgins comp doesn't look like it's coming to be. I know it's different at Texas because they have such a deep wide receiver room with Parker Livingstone and Ryan Wingo. 3 catches for 12 yards, and they gave him a single-digit year one. It's over. Sorry to say it's over. Oh, the 3 catches. One for San Jose State for negative 10 yards and the other for 2 catches for 22 yards. Yeah, it's over. Hate to say it, dude. It's over. Now I was high on him. I do remember this. You were really high on him. I thought he was very good. Still to this day, my greatest wide receiver call is Cam Coleman. I have been a Cam Coleman stan for 4 scores and 7 years. All right. Let's keep it going. TJ with the Super 10 wants to talk about Coach O. Let's do it. Okay. So, okay. So the Dellenger report hits, and then you see this report from McMurphy, who's with On 3, Nakos, who's with On 3, and Chris Lowe. All right. So On 3 basically got all the elite insiders. All right. The people that really, really, really know stuff. Now, there's other insiders. Obviously, Thamel is at ESPN. Nicole Arbuck is at The Athletic. Shahan J. Raja is my favorite college football writer. I'm biased because he's a friend, but Florida, LSU, and Ole Miss are set to offer Lane Kiffin in the $13 million per year range. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't out when we were going through the Dellenger report, but I did share earlier that it was a little suspicious that these numbers weren't specifically released from Dellenger. But he did reference it in a report earlier. It's also just kind of common sense. Like, this isn't really really anything too wild, considering this has been the biggest kept secret that the money really isn't all too different between the schools. Okay. As you can see, I don't have an On 3 membership. Not because I don't like their coverage. It's just I think part of it is because I would want to read every article about every team. And you can ask my wife; she gets on me for reading too much college football content as it is. But shout out to On 3; they do great work. Hit me up, Shannon Terry. I love Shannon Terry. I think what he's done, like, he is a sports visionary. Sounds like glazing, and it is a little bit of a glaze, but he really is. Let's go to TJ. If this happens, what are the odds we get another legendary Coach O recruiting story about how he somehow played some pivotal role in convincing Lane to come? Do I think Coach O's involved in this? I do. I cannot tell you whether or not O has been promised a job by Lane. But let's be honest. To TJ's point, do you believe it is more likely that O has been talking to Lane this past week than not likely than Coach O has been talking to Lane in this past week? It's probably more likely because Coach O has been very prominent in trying to get back into coaching. It's been 4 years now. And I think he loves LSU so much that he wants to rectify the damage he did when he left. And he knows that this is his one chance of getting back in. Okay. But I can also see Coach O being the kind of guy saying, hey, I'm going to let Lane be Lane. But remember, I know many of you want to say, well, Coach O's got $17 million, and he's probably got more than that, right? Well, he did have a divorce, and you guys know I don't like talking about the personal stuff, but she did get a chunk of it, okay? Oh, Corey, that's the best time I've ever been wrong. I love JoJo Earl coming around. Or his high school tape was insane. But what else did I say at the time? No one player makes a class, especially at wide receiver. And then we got this guy by the name of, he's kind of good. He's hurt right now, but he's kind of good at football. Didn't wear the number now that he wore at LSU. And he was robbed of a Bolitnikov. Let me see. Once again, I'm looking to see if there's any other updates. Okay. Oh, dude, if they brought Moffat back, I will say. Let me make sure I'm. Actually, let me go to this. Okay. I wanted to see if, because I know Ole Miss used to have a Moffat guy on their staff. But yeah, sure, bring Tommy Moffat back. I don't think he's leaving Texas A&M now. Carter, do you think these next two games MVB is auditioning for Lane? Yeah, of course. MVB is verbally committed to LSU this next year. He said to reporters earlier today. It's so crazy. We are 4.5 hours into this. We have not talked the Western Kentucky game at all, outside of a super chatter saying he put $1,000 on the over. Hmm. Everybody, welcome Kimberly to the channel. Love that last name. Do y'all think Kiffin is going to be the next LSU head coach? Well, you tell me, Kimberly. You give me your opinion first. Welcome. Brian, who do you support? Which team do you support? Because I know you're smoking that cigar for something non-football related. Let's go to TJ with a very nice super. Little scared that Western Kentucky's going to sneak up on us tomorrow, be honest. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I know, Brian, that was a joke. You see, Florida fans can't even get it, can't even understand hashtag sarcasm. So, Brian, next time, every time I tell a joke, I'll explain it to you first. I know, like, Florida fans struggle understanding what a joke is. You could tell by reactions on Twitter. I made one joke about Gainesville this week on Twitter. Holy crap. I will say, Brian, I don't bet big because I don't have the money to bet big. I put a good chunk of money on y'all winning that game versus Houston. And I was hoping Walter Clayton was going to close that biatch out. what if that would be a Lane thing to do. Kinzel. Kimberly, you haven't been paying attention? What? What kind of LSU fan are you, Kimberly? I know you're an LSU fan with the last name Perilou. Catholic High grad. They already have one win in the state of Louisiana. Shannon Terry is a chick name. Now I think about it, it kind of sounds like it is. But if you think about it, any name could be a chick name. Jeremiah Smith. Did I have Cam Coleman over Jeremiah Smith? I did. I think Pegasus, you listen to so many different rants I go on. Actually, did I said it at the time? Am I bold enough to stick with that? Am I bold enough? I don't know. I was pretty bold about like Cam Coleman being the best wide receiver in the SEC going into this season. I wasn't as high on others as Ryan Williams. He's obviously really good, but you're a workaholic. You know who else is a workaholic? Adam Devine. And he would know what's going on in this LSU coaching search. What if Adam Devine was watching this and he was like, damn, dude, who the hell is this guy? But no, I get it, Kimberly. I get it. You're working a lot. And this is my job. I'm not calling you out. But welcome to the channel. Y'all welcome Kimberly to the channel. Alex, you just randomly tweet. You're on the gummy. If you just randomly just put this out here. I think what happened was Alex was calling me out for not actually taking the gummy, and then you was like, what would sound good? I kind of want one right now. You went to your Connect and you said, hey, I know I'm in an LSU cutoff thing that I scissored out so I can show off my biceps, and you got to see all my armpit hair here, but I need a gummy. And Connor working behind the desk with dreads and a hacky sack says, what kind do you want? And you hooked him up. P4, thanks for the super. We keep it going here with Hanville. Dude, Hanville, I got a bone to pick with you. I know you did those supers last night. Speaking of gummies, one thing you should not take is a gummy before watching Easton Royal. Because last night I felt like I was on a different planet breaking down Easton Royal film live and in color. Hanville, let him know about Easton Royal in the chat. Dude, let these people know. Let everybody know about good old fashioned Easton Royal. Let them know. Because they're sleeping on him. I don't know how you could sleep on a 5-star, but they're sleeping on him. He's good. Dude, Easton Royal is nasty. He's nasty. If we get Lane, first agenda is to retain the roster, keep the recruiting class, and flip Bradford. Get a QB, running back DN, and a stud MLB in the portal. And that's it. No more big portal classes. What do you think? You don't need a mic if Lane is coming. We continue. Yeah, obviously he's going to want to get his own QB. Even if it is just Michael Van Buren's going to start. I think the problem if you're MVB is they're going to get somebody else. Running back, Lane is definitely going to get a portal running back. And as great as Frank has been for the program this year, him not getting a portal running back was insane to me. Defensive end. Yeah, we definitely need multiple defensive ends. Even though CJ Jackson, Dylan Carpenter, they've gotten a lot of snaps. Hopefully they could turn into something. And they do need to get a linebacker anyway. So your point still stands. And then obviously Bradford, the 5-star who's committed to Ohio State. Oh, it was a Workaholics reference? I actually don't even watch the show. I'm just an Adam Devine guy who filmed his finest work on LSU's campus, by the way. All glory to you. I don't think me and AYS are ever going to be allowed in the LSU building at the same time. We wouldn't be able to contain ourselves. He's been there, though. I've not been there in a very long time. And that needs to change because I love that building. It really is a palace. Let's keep it moving. I love you, Poppy. I'm Poppy now. I'll take it. I'm gonna leave that joke in the chamber. I appreciate it. But yes, yeah. I mean, Hanville is making a good point. It's going to be easy to build a portal class if Lane has 25 million to work with. Okay. Do I watch TV outside of games? Yeah, I do. I do. Not as much as I used to. Obviously, the best show of all time is Breaking Bad. There's not a close second. Don't want to hear it. Outside of Dexter season 2, Master of None season 1. Um, the greatest comedy of all time is Schitt's Creek. The greatest background TV show of all time, as in, it's in the background and you're just going about doing your business around the house, is Martin. The best, the worst show of all time is Lost. The best season of television of all time is Dexter season 2, or Breaking Bad season 4, or Sopranos season 1. And there you go. There's my TV takes. No matter who we got, at least BK is gone. He gone. Well, I will send this $199 to the buyout. You want to do whiskey and wine? Blake's a busy man. I'll do it. Yeah, sure. It is good to have Blake Ruffino as a friend. I understand I gas him up a lot, but he really is my friend. I never thought he'd be my friend. I didn't know him previous to doing YouTube, which is kind of strange because Blake and Preston are my two closest LSU media buddies. And I know almost everybody else on the LSU beat, and I didn't know Blake and Preston until I started the YouTube channel. So those are my two closest friends in the Baton Rouge media. Mario Perez is still a good friend of mine. So there you go. There's a lot of people that do good works. Now, I do have some ops in the Baton Rouge media, and I'll go through those. Never. All right, so Soft Dookie decided to not just write the same comment once. He decided to do it twice, which makes sense because your name is Dookie. But you actually did it 3 times, 4 times. So you did a double deuce. You gave me like full Soft Dookie, like just all out, like Mardi Gras porta potty level defecation, and it's the same comment 4 times. And it's such a weird username because, like, you decided this to be your @ symbol. I can't see what your real name is. But isn't all Dookie soft? Like, I would hope your Dookie did not come out like as black obsidian rock or something jagged because, you'd be walking around crazy. You randomly drop a Go Tigers. Oh, man. I was hoping Soft Dookie wasn't an LSU fan, but welcome. It is kind of funny you bring that up, and I promise we'll get back into more Lane Kiffin talk. But it is interesting you bring that up because did you know that the best business made outside of the world of sports is actually the Dookie business by an LSU athlete? It's Russell Shepard. And Russell's a friend of the channel. Love Shep. Okay. I'll call him right now. Y'all think he'll pick up? Chef's wife actually lived in our same apartment complex, and she was so nice. One of the nicest people I've ever met at LSU. And they have a company called Shep Boys Waste, and he is worth a lot. He made a lot of money in the NFL. He's made more in the waste management business. Russell Shepard, and it's interesting because a lot of athletes, when they accumulate the wealth that they accumulated, obviously Russell Shepard's not making like Jamar Chase money, but he made millions upon millions of dollars. And I talked to Shep about this. I saw him ran into him at a game, and we talked about this for 20 minutes outside of Tiger Stadium about why he decided to do it. And he brought up, like, I've always had a passion for fixing problems, and that's the biggest problem you could fix. I'm telling you, you can love your wife, you can love your kids, you can love all of them. But there is nothing on the planet you love more in the moment than you being drunk as you know what at Mardi Gras. And you find that random porta potty that you have to let out a missile. All right. That porta potty Mardi Gras fluid release is there's few feelings better than that. Dude, you can't beat it. You cannot beat it. It's impossible. There's nothing you can beat. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do an all-nighter. I do have to call one basketball game tomorrow. One thing that's kind of weird outside of talking about the Western Kentucky game is Joe Burrow might play football this weekend. Seriously, like, could you imagine how shitty this season has been? And we might actually get Joe freaking Burrow playing football on our television. Okay, Soft Dookie has left the building. I don't know what else to say. I don't know why you have to announce your departure. Normally, when you depart, you don't have to announce anything. Lauren was the dude. Look, Lauren's been one of my favorite commenters, and she's like, "No, can't do Soft Dookie. Can't do that." Speaking of which, Lauren, this water is actually kind of brown. Like I'm sorry. Like I just realized that. What body of water is this? It looks like where you are right here, Lauren. It looks like you are getting ready to see a Triceratops at Jurassic Park. That's what it looks like. Jeff Goodman waiting around the corner for you. But Joe Burrow might play tackle football this weekend, and for that is great. Let's go to James Greco, 86. There you go. You're a few years older than me. I work at Baton Rouge Country Club and overheard a conversation between an older couple who have good relationships with big donors and have connections to Saban. And I heard them say Kiffin is a lock. Well, James, why don't I have the Baton Rouge Country Club invite? What's up with that? I've never been. I bet you the food there is fire. Let's go to Seth. Why are so many high-level coaches clueless in game management and when to use timeouts? Which ones are you referencing? I mean, obviously, Cristobal is one of them. That's the one you. Baton Rouge Country Club, you got to sponsor the channel. James is showing you a bunch of love. I gave you a shout out. We know you can use the help. Kidding. I know it's swanky. I would love to DJ a wedding there. Hit me up. I work as a busser, and I was amazed to see it here. Yes, the food is amazing. Let's freaking go, James. Every country club has good boom boom shrimp. You know that orange shrimp and that magical orange sauce? Nobody knows what it is. And it could be a mixture of pine salt, WD-40, and some Worcestershire, and it's still good. I eat it. Okay. But this is the most trust me, bro kind of thing. I will say, Romeo. So, James, for you to prove this, because our guest earlier has actually proven, I've seen all the photos, and he has sent me more photos. You've got to send me a photo of you busting a table at the country club. Because it sounds like you're just making it up. James Greco sounds like a made-up name. James Greco, that sounds like, I don't know, a friend of Marcus Aurelius. It doesn't sound like someone that lives in Baton Rouge. Maxwell McKinney. Do I think Arch gets in the portal and comes to play for Lane? All right, I'll tell you this. I'm a big Manning fan. But people that know the Mannings, and I've shared the Peyton Manning story before, he did me one of the biggest favors ever. I know it sounds made up. I don't want to tell the story again. But, you know, I'm just such a big Manning fan. Like, I would do anything to see a Manning at LSU. With that said, everyone that knows a Manning always says you'll never see a Manning at LSU. Why? I don't know. Okay. And actually, I do know some of their hatred of LSU. I get it. But you have to ask yourself this question. Do you really think Arch is going to backstab his grandfather? Eli, it's one thing. He's not going to backstab Archie and go play for LSU when Ole Miss just stole his coach. It's just not going to happen. Okay. And I also think there would be some more interesting quarterbacks. I could see Lane picking LSU and Sam Levitt committing pretty quickly and not automatically following Dillingham or coming back to Dillingham. Let's go to Real Cast. Does Ross's tweet negatively affect our chances at Kiffin? No. Um, I could get into like the genesis of where I think Ross got that info from, and it was quickly followed up with the offers from the other schools. No, I don't think so at all. It was interesting that it did come out though tonight. Okay. All right, James. Well, send me a DM on Instagram or Twitter. I want to see you busting a table. I won't show it. I will not show it to you. I will tell you one thing, since we've talked everything there needs to be talked about. One big thing though that college football is facing, and it doesn't directly affect the actual product. So it's not something like 8 or 9 game conference schedules, or 12 or 16 or 24 playoff games, or Deloitte NIL management. But high school football recruiting is a what show. So it's not a big deal for LSU, because the guys we are getting, if for some reason we decided to process them, most of them are going to get offers elsewhere. It's these San Diego State kind of kids. It's these kids with recruiting profiles, and they're a 2-star ranked 1,500 or something like that, and then kids slightly below that. It's hard. It's really, really, really hard. And what I think is going to happen with that is you're going to see more of these kind of Pete Nakos kind of tweets, where he's tweeting out a kid that's performing at a D2 or D3 school that you never in a gajillion years would have known it even existed. All right. He tweeted a school out, Marcus Jennings from Tillsdale College, a D3 institution in Maine, and their nickname is are the Crickets or something like that. I made all of that up, but a lot of you probably thought, hey, that sounds believable. You're going to see a lot of these things, because a lot of these kind of diamond in the rough high school kids that would be like kind of late tag-alongs at like San Diego State or something like that, they'll get bumped down. And San Diego State's roster is going to get rated by the P4s. And do they really want to rely on high school kids to fill actual college snaps? No, they're just going to go into the P4 schools for the 4 and 5 stars that are bust to bring them down. Yeah, that's one that actually would make a good bit of sense, honestly. All right, and that would not be well received. Actually, it doesn't make sense, but it would under a Lane Kiffin regime. Oh yeah, Ben, he was always going to be the only guy that truly won in all of this. Because once he's done, his work's done. Lane's the one that's got to get to work. Outside of the sideline guy with the red hat, yes, he is. Okay. All right, we have officially hit the 5-hour mark. Y'all want to try to go for 8? Y'all think we can get 8? We'll break down some high school film. All right, so I want to talk about something that I hope Tiger Stadium really considers here because it is not being well received by Oklahoma fans. I don't think Tiger Stadium would ever do this. But you know, this always comes when you do like stadium renovations. What a lot of teams are doing is they're slashing seats. They're actually lowering capacity and they're focusing on higher dollar suites, right? And I don't think LSU is ever going to do that in football. I think Tiger Stadium is honestly, I think as far as the stadium is concerned, yeah, you can make a case you could fill this empty bowl right here and make it another like club section there. I kind of want to sit in the club section of an LSU game, like the higher upper all you can eat and drink club section and just get blitzed. That'd be a wild post game show. Yeah. In the car? Sure. Aaron Anderson, stand up, dude. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this again. All right, we got this. We helped get this young man's subscribers up. Let's do it again. Make sure I get the link correct. So my buddy Rob Owens owns my favorite steakhouse in Louisiana, Bovines, and he has a son battling cancer, and he asked everyone to go subscribe to this kid's YouTube channel. Let's go to it. Okay, good. So yesterday he was at like 250, and I think we got him up to like 290, and now he's at 330. So y'all go subscribe. I'll post a link right here. This is what it looks like. Go subscribe to Breck Shadow. Okay. Tell Lane I'll work for free. Serious. I'll work for free. I love that man that much. If anybody that knows Lane. See, I'll go support that kid's channel. I want to see it at 350 by the end of this stream. I know some of y'all subscribed yesterday, but it's free. So the reason that they needed a subscriber push is so he can have enough to live stream. They already got it there. But why not? Let's blow this kid's channel up. A kid fighting cancer is just the worst thing and to ever happen. Man, we got college football today, dude. Want to talk some Sam Levitt or Roby? You know, one quarterback that's actually coming back that's healthy. He also wears number 9. He's not the one that we've been talking about. It's Bo Perbula of Missouri. He will play tomorrow. I haven't watched much film. Is the Arizona State quarterback any good? Who does he remind you of? And could you see him coming here? Yeah. So Sam Levitt is, first off, a very confident guy. You know, going into the Texas game, he said, I'm the better quarterback. He's got real mobility. So if we were to put his mobility up against other quarterbacks, he's probably around the same. Let me pull up his rushing stats here. He's probably Chambliss, probably a little less than that. I myself have not watched him a whole lot, but he had a ridiculous comeback victory without Jordan Tyson fully healthy earlier this year versus Texas Tech. That's their only loss. So Texas Tech drove down, and then he drove them down. And here's his full stat log. Chambliss is a thicker guy, though. Levitt 6'2", 205. Not the biggest guy. But he's a good college quarterback. Go to 2024. And see, once again, his rushing's good. It's not elite. So the question would be, would I give him he's probably going to get at least 1.5 million. Arizona State, it's not really a secret that they don't have the moolah. Would you give him 1.5 million to come be your starter? It's a good question. So yeah, he's been hurt. Is John Mateer a good comp for him? I think so. I think that's. I think Mateer is way better as a runner, though. That's just my opinion, though. I might be totally wrong on that. Let's see, is there anything else? And then if y'all want to keep it going, I don't mind. But I do need to shut it down. But in the next 5 to 10, if he's super, we'll keep it going. Why not? Whew. I wanted Ricky to work. He had a lot of his, I say a lot. I know for sure his youth pastor used to watch, still watches. And yeah, I hate that it didn't work out at Syracuse, but man. Can you get a hell yes? Confidence on Kiffin 1 to 10. I'll put it at a 6. 60 LSU, 35 Ole Miss, 5 Florida. But at this point, I don't. There's no telling, dude. Good, we got up to 340 subs. Got to get up to 345 for Breck. Yeah, go hit that sub. Pearson, Albania. You probably woke up like, holy shit, we're running this back? Pearson, Albania. She does not. When she knocks out, she does not want to be touched. Franco Nation. AI's got. Man, you got Allen Iverson's opinion here? LSU 50, Ole Miss 30, Ole Miss 30, Florida 20. All right, y'all. This was fun. A record 5 hours and 15 minutes. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Once again, please, the only way I'm able to do this and support my family is with our friends at Fortified Gulf Coast and Laborde Therapy Center. Please support them. Laborde Therapy, 5 different locations in Lafayette. Fortified Gulf Coast. Fortify your roof today. If you're in South Louisiana, save up to 37% potentially on your homeowner's insurance. Okay? Lane Train. Jesse, let's go. Let's get this shit done. Let's get this shit done. It's a college football Saturday, baby. No better time to be alive. I want you just to touch your body right now and say, God, thank you for letting me breathe and be a part of this world. It's been a fun day for your boy. Worked out, ran 7 miles, and then pretty much went straight into this live stream. I showered. I'm not a Neanderthal. But there you go. It is Power Hour LSU. Boom. Shout out to all the top super chatters. Jordan starting us off. Ryan, Sourdough, Jared, Zach, Army, Boris, Brian, who's got 1K on the over, Clifford, Golf and Gambling, Mr. Terps, Roey, JR, Cindy 1451, P. Foy, Hanville 07, Poppy Dex, Real Cass, Bayou Rat, also TJ, and LA Mom with the Venmos. I appreciate you guys so much. Okay. And tonight we're doing hey, I made this delicious buffalo chicken. Mix it with some blue cheese dressing. Oh, yeah. Gain all this weight back. Let's go. Lane Train.